And now, Sky Alert weather featuring Pinpoint Doppler, Eastern and Southern Kentucky's most dependable forecast. Sponsored by Community Trust Bank, building communities built on trust.
And the weather pattern continues to stay on the active side here with severe thunderstorm watches and also now a severe thunderstorm warning issued for a couple of counties. Let's check our live Pinpoint Doppler radar out, get you some of the specific information coming out of southern Kentucky because that's where we have our warnings. And now, as I say that, tornado warning now issued for McCreary County because of one of the cells I highlighted just a little while ago as I turned to the Weather Center, getting that information coming out. So we know what that means. We'll have to check out that storm very closely here down in McCreary County as it was crossing the border. And we got the tornado warning issued real quick, fast, and in a hurry. So let me get some specific information out for you real quick. It's this cell you're looking at on your screen, crossing out of Tennessee, going now into the southwestern section of the county. This tornado warning runs all the way out, I think. Let me pull my data back up here. Runs all the way out until 4:45 p.m. here for the folks there in McCreary County. So here's the specific information for you all at home. Tornado warning until 4:45 p.m. 4:45 p.m. with the tornado warning. So this is one of those dangerous, life-threatening situations that can evolve on days like today. And mentioned a minute ago that rotation was starting to show up inside of one of these thunderstorms, and now you're seeing why I was saying that, because we do have some rotation inside of it because now getting that tornado warning. Some of the storm tracks suggesting that a little while back here. That's what that little dome there or that little cylinder suggesting just a little while ago, saying, hey, there may be some rotation. So let's pay close attention to this. Not only is that a concern, tornado being the top priority here, you start dealing with that and the heavy rain that gets associated with it on saturated ground. We're dealing with some flood issues too, and golf ball sized hail is possible out of this severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado down there in McCreary County. And there's plenty of energy left in the atmosphere for these storms to just continue to evolve and work themselves right on over as they work eastward here, coming up over the next little bit. All kinds of things coming out from the Weather Service right now, and I'll try to highlight all that stuff here in just the next few minutes. But let's first of all pull down the radar data for just a moment and give you the specifics on location and how many people are going to be affected. Obviously, the county highlighted there with the tornado warning, but what we can also do is we can highlight the area that is under the gun specifically. This is something I started doing about a year or so ago, maybe 2 years now, that highlights warnings in specific areas, and right through southern parts of McCreary County. That's where you find our tornado warning at. So I can go closer to it and show you more communities. This does include the county seat over there of Whitley City, Stearns, down to Pine Knot, all along US 27 there and 92. You can see Kentucky 92 running across the county as well. So we'll start with where the storm's at, like over here toward, looks like Fidelity. So Fidelity, that's one of the communities under the gun. And some of the other area roadways like Peters Mountain Road, you've got Devil's Creek Beach Grove Road, and then of course you've got Spring Branch Road. All of these right now getting ready to see that cell pass directly over them within the next few minutes here, because that storm's moving off toward the northeast, east-northeast, right around, it looks like 50 miles per hour, maybe even more from time to time. All of this associated with one big storm system that has been moving from our west throughout the day today. So Rock Creek Road under the gun too here. So if you know anybody living in one of those communities or along those roads, or going to be traveling those roads, and you can get a hold of them via cell phone and do that. Let them know. Say, hey, you may be driving right into the heart of this possible tornado that's moving through southern McCreary County. I'll back the view up just a little bit, pull the radar data back up so you can see it too, and I can see exactly specifically where it's going to be heading to, and just kind of skirting right through there, just toward the south of Fidelity and some of the other locations like Stearns. So you're under the gun as well, and highlighted where the warning is at. For all you folks in McCreary County, Pine Knot, Strunk, all of these locations right now we're going to watch. And the white road you see there, it's one of the main roads going through the county. That's, let me get a little closer to it so we can show you. That's 27 but just for visualization, and I'll throw that up for you too. So there's that 92, and then you go over here toward Pleasant Knob Church Road as well with this tornado warning. That's who's highlighted right now just in McCreary County and some of the communities you're looking at right there. It's a bad time of the day for all of this to happen because school's letting out. A lot of kids have been out in just a few minutes on their way home on some buses. So very dangerous and kind of a crazy time here in the afternoon to have some of this activity. But it happens, and that's what we've got going on. Some of the latest data coming in suggesting this has kind of slowed down a little bit, now only moving at around 30 miles per hour. And sometimes that's a good thing because it'll allow the storm to actually rain itself out, the kind of slower it goes. So it'll take away some of the energy from the actual cell itself. So any rotation could start to die out as more rain starts coming out and cools things down a little bit more. So that's a positive thing when it moves a little bit slower because the lifetime can sometimes be cut off by that. And especially in southern eastern Kentucky, where we're not exactly known to have some of the most significant tornadoes. You go out west in those places and that's a little stronger, and sometimes that doesn't really hold true. But here in Kentucky, one of those statements that does certainly hold true for the most part. Not only do we have these tornado warnings out for the folks there in southern McCreary County, we've also got severe thunderstorm warnings that have also been issued over a big chunk of that same real estate down there. And this includes Pulaski County and all of Wayne County and McCreary County, not only with that tornado warning, but also severe thunderstorm warnings. And just as I highlighted specific areas of concern with the tornado warning, you can also do that with the severe thunderstorm warnings. And so now you see the areas that are highlighted, same areas highlighted in McCreary County that were highlighted with the tornado warning, by the way. And also a big chunk of Wayne County also covered up with it. There's my mouse. And then you see the city of Somerset and many other locations with the severe thunderstorm warning, and along US 27, Science Hill included with that one. Skirting where it actually says Somerset, but if you look a little closer, it goes right through the northern parts of town, and I'll show you that real quick. So there you see town, still skirting you all as well. So nonetheless, certainly a crazy situation out there with a strong thunderstorm that is moving through. And I know the warning's showing it a little farther toward the north, but I'll tell you, that's a pretty intense little cell that's right now on top of Somerset. Now, I'm just going to quickly check. I've got a weather cam pulled up just to see what's going on down there, and it looks like some pretty heavy rain moving through Pulaski County as I check the visualization over here. So numerous things going on in southern Kentucky, a location that is no stranger to this type of weather, and that being severe weather. Some of the highest number of confirmed tornadoes in all of Kentucky are right through this general area for Pulaski and Laurel counties. McCreary kind of lower than the rest, but certainly an area we have to watch very closely for this type of development. And we've got that tornado warning that runs all the way until 4:45 for the southern parts of the county there, stretching through Stearns, Pine Knot, and including the county seat of Whitley City. Though, looking at the radar data now, I think that this storm's looking like it's going to pass a little bit further to the south, at least, of the actual county seat over there in McCreary County. So let's go a little closer again, give you some more specifics, and I'll try to throw a storm track out because it's moving at a pretty slow rate here. Pine Knot getting ready to knock on your door with some of the heavy rainfall and where the rotation is currently positioned at too. You can see that we're talking about 32,000 people affected from Stearns to Strunk to Holly Hill, Duck Run. All of these locations are right now in the path of this severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. And the data, the up-to-date data that you're seeing here suggests that it's moving at around 36 miles per hour. So as I mentioned earlier, it was 50 when we started out. Now it's down to 36, changed to 30. So it kind of goes back and forth. And luckily we've got this live stream of data that comes in that is continuously updated here as certain things evolve with these severe thunderstorms. So at around 4:26, which would be here in the next 3 minutes or so, you're talking about Stearns, which we highlighted a moment ago, seeing some of the more significant weather. Then Strunk and Pine Knot also on that list to be affected within the next few minutes here. Right now I'm looking at 424, so you got just a few minutes left before some of the most significant weather really starts to knock on your door and kind of invade. So again, the tornado warning running all the way out until 4:45 for you folks in McCreary County. Not exactly something you want to hear, especially this time of the afternoon with as dangerous as it gets. Some of the safety tips that you should follow: get under something if at all possible. If you have a basement, that's where you want to be first of all. You want to be right downstairs, under maybe on a workbench, a desk, a table, whatever it is. And you also want to try to throw some blankets or pillows around your body, kind of add a little extra layer of protection to it. Kind of like a football player who goes out on the field with their football pads on, just to add protection to their body. Same thing for you, except you're dealing with something that is a whole lot more powerful than somebody else. You're talking about a tornado that's possible out of this. So basement's your number one location to be in. If you don't have a basement and you've got just a one-story house, stay right there. Find the middle of the house, maybe a middle hallway and a closet, or a middle bathroom there somewhere. And if you've got a two-story house, maybe under the stairway. That's often a pretty nice little place to get under the stairs and try to get into that secure location to protect you from any falling debris that may be coming from above your head. So that's one of those many steps that you need to try to take here in the situation of tornado and possible right now in southern McCreary County. You folks down there are dealing with the most severe weather of the day that I've seen so far across southern and eastern Kentucky. Numerous more storms are going to be out there that will likely produce similar things, and by similar I'm just talking some of the strong thunderstorms producing gusty winds and impressive data coming in. All right, again, you see that cylinder, it keeps updating, it keeps moving. So here's the latest rundown on locations and where the storm's going. So you got the folks there in the MB King School area and then Pine Knot coming towards you here at around 4:30. Holly Hill, Duck Run, all of these locations that we talked about a moment ago. It's coming towards you here, the most significant parts of the storm where that rotation is at. And notice what it's saying up there at the top too. You cannot avoid hail in case this storm doesn't even produce a tornado, which sometimes happens when you're dealing with Doppler indicated severe thunderstorms that produce tornadoes. Sometimes you don't get the tornado on the ground, but you get a lot of straight line wind damage, and you also get large hail. And at one time, some of the data suggested that we were dealing with golf ball sized capabilities out of this storm. And you're looking at a 90% chance of severe hail, the probability of severe hail, and 100% chance of hail coming out of it. So some of those other kind of sidebars that you have to deal with when you talk about some of these very intense thunderstorms that produce both the strong winds and also the likelihood of tornadoes. So that's what we've got there in southern McCreary County right now, one of those. And I don't want to focus all the attention here. That is obviously a very dangerous storm, but we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings also trying to push their way through some pretty heavily populated areas as well across Pulaski County. And one just rolled right through the city of Somerset just a little while ago, starting to lighten up a little bit out toward the western sections of the county. But right now you go to the southern parts where a very intense thunderstorm is also located at Blue John. It's also saying maybe some rotation, nothing tornadic just yet, but it does say there's some rotation within this storm. And you're looking at Mount Victory, Huxley, Bark Camp, Vox Bunch, all of these locations here within the next a little bit here, next 10, 20, even 30 minutes, some of the locations highlighted here. And that even stretches all the way over into parts of Laurel County too. Some of those communities look familiar for you folks over there. But right now, not even under the severe thunderstorm warning down there in the southern part of the county, but that's still a very intense thunderstorm that you all are going to be dealing with. I'll pull the data down and throw severe thunderstorm warnings up. And you see specifically the warnings highlighted up here. I think the major threat has kind of gone away for you all just by, let me pull up the data again. It's not that intense, especially for you in Science Hill. Still heavy rain coming down in Somerset and then up toward Eubank too. But in the grand scheme of things, some of the most significant stuff is down here south of Burnside along US 27 in the southeastern corner of the county. But the biggie right now will be the tornado warning that we have that is in effect in McCreary County. Doppler radar indicated there was a tornado, and that's always reassuring because sometimes Doppler can see it, especially this far away from the site, can see it, and it never happened on the ground. So we like to see things like that. If there's a perfect situation for it, that's the one, because when you start dealing with people actually seeing them, that's when damage starts to kind of pour in, and concerns of significant weather go up when you have somebody on the ground. Let me see here. We've got some new information coming in. It's still the Doppler radar. So far, Weather Service officials not hearing anything from anybody out there, and I'm checking email and some other things here. Nobody sending in any confirmation of seeing it actually on the ground so far. So what we have is a Doppler radar indicated tornado across southern McCreary County, and it's holding pretty strong. I have really seen nothing that makes me think that storm's going to weaken within the next 10-15 minutes just yet. But if it were to, I'd be really, really surprised to see any of that weaken within the next few minutes here, with that severe thunderstorm warning possibly producing a tornado, and even starting to have more characteristics, I'll tell you, for the rotation factor as well. Waiting on some of the new storm track data to come in with it too. Checking email, trying to see if anybody out there has seen anything. Please, if you have, feel free to email me, jim.caldwell@wymtnews.com. You can also find us on Twitter as well, and that's almost like a live stream conversation we can have with you, and I can take your information and we can display it on the air. Again, Pine Knot getting hit pretty hard. That's not going to be the most significant part of the storm. I think that's going to fall right there toward the extreme southern part of the county. But Strunk, Pine Knot, two of the locations highlighted here specifically that are seeing the most significant part of our severe thunderstorm. Again, possibly producing a tornado through this area. By the way, numerous flash flood warnings now issued to across a big chunk of eastern Kentucky. Folks over the Weather Service seeing this heavy rain coming in, the very saturated ground. They already had the flash flood watch in effect. Now they're putting out some flash flood warnings for, I think that's every single county in the coverage area. If not, it covers quite a few. I'll have to back out and readjust as this information starts coming in, kind of left and right here from the folks over there. So the counties are highlighted. So a big chunk of our coverage area now under flash flood warnings, some of us under severe thunderstorm warnings, all of us under flash flood watch, and most of us under severe thunderstorm watch too. So a lot of things happening here within the last few minutes with that tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings, and now flash flood warnings affecting the folks here in Perry County, Leslie County, Harlan County, all of these locations. And for example, the flash flood warning for Harlan runs until 7:30. Probably the same deal for us over here in Perry, Leslie, all of these locations, because they're just getting prepared. Now starting to plot all of them. Just getting prepared for this big, heavy slug of moisture that you see running through here that's producing some significant amounts of rain, and of course a whole lot of severe weather associated with it from when it was born early on today out in some of the states out in the plains to now, where it's still holding pretty strong across southeastern Kentucky and southern Kentucky specifically right now on top of Pine Knot. We'll get right back in on that one. Let me clear some of the other data out for you so I can keep us all straight in southern Kentucky. Crossing over there with 27, you've got some of the other locations highlighted. Creekmore over to Holly Hill. It's coming your way. Possibility of a tornado. Doppler radar indicated a tornado spinning within this severe thunderstorm you're looking at there on your screen. I'll go a little bit closer for some of the other streets and some of the other locations that'll plot. The closer we get to the more data we're allowed to see, and then we'll start plotting more. Murphy Ridge Road, you've got there's State Highway 1470, Creekmore, Trammell Fork Road. Hearing reports now of half-dollar sized hail coming out of Pine Knot, which is one of the locations we're focusing on right now, and 60-mile-per-hour winds estimated by a trained weather spotter down there. Not saying that they've actually seen any rotation or a funnel or anything, so that's some positive news, but you're still dealing with 60-mile-per-hour winds, straight line, and saying that some water running across the roads down there too near the Pine Knot. So half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds estimated by a trained weather spotter in McCreary County near the community of Pine Knot, which is getting hit very hard at this moment in time. And you can see some of the other locations that are getting hit very hard, specifically some of the area roadways that I'm bringing up. There's Neal Road. There's Chew Ford Creek Road and a couple of other locations. Strunk, all right now under the gun for the possibility of tornado and, of course, some significant hail. I told you that was one of the things you have to watch out for, too, because that's one of the sidebars that come along with situations like this. And then winds in excess, so far, estimates coming in at around 60 miles per hour from McCreary County, with this severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado across extreme southern parts of Kentucky here this afternoon. I'm going to clear those names off for us and bounce the data around and give us a little bit of a storm track to show you where this storm is going, and we'll take it from the most severe sections of our severe thunderstorm, which is moving off toward the east at around 35 miles per hour, it looks like now. So here we go from near Pine Knot off toward the east. Likely going to have to back out just a little bit, looks like. Here we go. And moving it around 30 to, that's saying 50. Let me back it up just a little bit more for us, folks, so we can get the most accurate information here for you. So again, here we go at 30 miles per hour from Pine Knot over the next 30 minutes. Here's what it looks like. There we go, next 30 minutes at 30 miles per hour, 2930, Upper Marsh Creek School, Holly Hill, Bounty, and you got Zion Hill. People affected around 8,900, going on 9,000 people across southern McCreary County with this possible tornado, and it still looks pretty intense. I know that our storm track's covered up, still looks pretty intense. And the storm track itself, the computer automated one, still showing up and still indicating there's some rotation associated with it. And this takes us just out a little bit further and shows you some of the computer estimated stuff too, which it's showing it at around 36 miles per hour. Some of the radar stuff I'm looking at saying it's around 30, but nonetheless, it's not exactly moving at a space shuttle speed. It's kind of taking its time moving through southern Kentucky. So we got Holly Hill, Zion Hill, all of these spots. And each track I put up, these places keep showing up with highlighted areas to be concerned. So Holly Hill, Zion Hill, Jellicoe Creek, and Saxton. These are locations that are going to need to pay close attention to what's going on as you possibly have a tornado lurking in your area. And we've got that warning that runs out for another 8 minutes on the tornado warning. Now, I'm very curious to see what happens next, because it's still showing at least a little bit of indication that there's some rotation with it. And will this warning continue on over into Whitley County? That's just something we'll have to wait and see as we head through time here. Flash flood warning also in effect, by the way, until 7:30 due to the fact that we've had heavy rain around here for the last few days. And remember, there's a lot of hype around weather like this, but the flooding still the #1 weather-related killer. #1 weather-related killer still belongs, unfortunately, to flooding, and around a third of all deaths during a flooding situation are due to the fact that people drive through flooded roadways. So when you see that type of situation, please turn around, don't drown. You don't want to drive through any weather situation like that. And in this situation, you want to try to get to your basement. And before I talk about that new data coming in, still just suggesting that it's only Doppler radar indicated, waiting to see if anybody sees this. And that's one of the biggies that kind of sells the whole package, is if somebody sees this down there and it adds, this is already a pretty high alert. But if you start talking about somebody that's trained and knows what they're looking for, seeing a tornado, that's when you know that we've got all kinds of problems out there. But again, you're seeing that little cylinder showing up. That's telling me, hey, we've still got some major issues, because we've still got that rotation factor that is coming into play down across southern Kentucky. 31,000 people possibly affected out of this too, and just some new communities being highlighted here. Some new information too. I keep throwing in that hail threat. 2-inch in diameter sized hail also now coming in for those folks across southern Kentucky there near Pine Knots where the report comes in. So 2-inch in diameter. That is just some amazing hail sizes that we're getting here. I mean, that is some pretty tough stuff. So 2-inch in diameter hail is, you're looking at some significant stuff. Basically, I think that compares to maybe a hen egg. So an egg you'd find at home right now in your refrigerator. If you're an egg eater, that's what you're talking about. That's how large the eggs or the eggs are. The ice is falling from the sky. That's how big that you're dealing with some of the hail that's possible and reported out of Pine Knot out there in McCreary County. They've also had golf ball sized hail coming in and $half sized hail. So they're getting all kinds of big chunks of ice falling from the sky in McCreary County, which is also a lot of large hail. Kind of goes with the program there. It's kind of one of those two-part deals. You get that large hail and the green tint to the skies. That's when you're talking, something bizarre is going on here. That's usually associated with one of those storms that could be producing a tornado, and that's what we're concerned about right now. Safety tips for you down there in McCreary County. I kind of got sidetracked a little bit as new data was coming in, but some of those safety tips, if you've got a basement, by all means, get there as quickly as possible. Stay down there, get under a workbench, old desk, whatever it is you may have to kind of prevent anything falling on you from above, because sometimes those floors, if it passes right over you, the floor kind of gives and you may have some of the beams above you starting to fall, among other things. So that's what you have to deal with is with sometimes you're in the basement. Again, I get a little distracted from time to time. New data always popping in on me here. I'll go over those safety tips in a second, but something I think just kind of came in, and it looks like tornado watch has been issued here for several counties in just in the last couple of minutes here. So now we've got a tornado watch until midnight tonight, all the way out to Pike County until midnight for you folks, on top of flash flood warnings, on top of flash flood watch. A lot of stuff going on here over the next several hours across southern and eastern Kentucky. A lot of significant weather expected. So now, not only do we have all of the other things I've mentioned, we've also got that potential for some of these same storms that we're looking at to stay alive and possibly produce more significant weather as we stretch on into the latter part of the afternoon and well into the evening and into the night tonight. And the thing about this is this might go all the way out until midnight or very close. Sometimes the timing is just there for padded purposes so that we get to everybody covered. But I'll tell you, this is not exactly moving really fast now. It was earlier. It's slowed down a whole lot where the big push of the most significant weather's at. So we may be dealing with this for a few more hours at least. I think news time, 6 o'clock news time, at least we'll be dealing with some of this significant stuff. Hold on just one second, folks. Okay. All right, good deal. Had to get some water there. All right, and again, flash flood warnings have already been issued because of this heavy amount of rain that's coming through. And then you got the tornado watch now for several counties. Folks over there in, wait just one moment, new data coming in. That cell holding together, and tornado warning staying alive until 5:15 for the folks there. And now, southeastern McCreary County, and also the folks in, let me pull all this other stuff down so we don't get too messy on the air. Now also for the folks in Whitley County, tornado warning in effect for you folks. This goes out until 5:15. I'm sitting here at 4:43, so we've got 30 more minutes of this storm coverage. And again, so far, no ground confirmation of this, okay, of a tornado being on the ground. But we've already got reports of golf ball sized hail, hen egg sized hail, the hail or the eggs you have in your home right now that you'd get, maybe even considered. I know there are different sizes, there's jumbo eggs and whatnot, but just think of one of those eggs and how large they are at any rate, larger than a golf ball. That's what we're dealing with. So some significant hail also associated with this, and already some estimated wind speeds at around 60 miles per hour, which passes a threshold for severe thunderstorm warning at the very least. And that's just straight line winds. So it's staying on more of an easterly track. So we'll look at the specific warning area. And as far as the warning is concerned, it's south of the county seat of Whitley County, of Williamsburg, but it's passing over Interstate 75 here within the next little bit. Well, let's time that out specifically for you. It's in this general area that we're looking at. It's probably where the most significant stuff's at. So it's passing over Interstate 75, and Interstate 75 not that far away from where we're currently located at. So let me grab a distance calculator here, and I'll show you how far away we are from the interstate. So you're about 11 miles. This is moving about 30 miles an hour, so it's going to be there in no time at all. I can also show you how long it's going to take before it gets to Interstate 75. It's moving at 30 miles per hour, so you take from right here. You take from right there, looking at about 21 minutes or so, according to the way this is estimated as the bird flies here. So moving at 30 miles per hour, getting to the interstate around that time. Again, rotation within this thunderstorm suggesting that there could be a tornado. Now, the other part of this tornado warning for Pine Knot, Stearns, Whitley City, all of those locations, long gone for you, okay? Now you're just dealing with the rain and light at that. It's down here in the southeastern corner of your county and over into Whitley County that we're going to have to be really concerned, especially towards the Holly Hill and some of those locations at this specific moment in time. When this was reissued, it was issued because a tornado was possible near Strunk, and that was at 4:41. That's been about 4 minutes ago. So you can see where Strunk's at and how far we've actually gone from that moment in time. And it continues to press off toward the east. Not at a space shuttle speed, okay? This is kind of at a snail's pace. You're right around 30 miles per hour toward the east. And I've already given you the time of how long it's going to take for it to get to the interstate. Let's also talk about how many communities will also be affected here within the next 30 minutes at that same speed. So right at 29, 30 miles per hour. You're looking at, again, Holly Hill, sitting on top of Holly Hill, nearly Zion Hill, Jellicoe Creek. This swath goes a little wider. It says Williamsburg, but the track of this storm is moving due east. But the reason it kind of skews out there a little bit is due to sometimes these storms kind of will tend to stray off. But so far, I'll tell you, it's shown one true sign, and that is it's a eastbound system, an eastbound cell, and that's where it's going. And I'll tell you, that's basically all we've had out of it so far. So all of those communities, at least the first few, certainly need to be under the gun. And even the folks there in Williamsburg, you're going to have some decent rain come moving through and probably some significant weather associated with some strong winds. So don't disregard anything because it could very well turn in your direction. The history is on the side of saying no, that's not the direction these turn. If it's going to turn anyway, it would probably turn more toward the southeast if it starts to really take on some of those characteristics of true tornadic activity. But nonetheless, we do have that tornado warning out for you folks, and for most of you there, Stearns, Pine Knot, over there in McCreary County, this is getting ready to go down for you. And you're out of the woods for now. Just some more rounds of rain, I think, coming in your general direction over the next couple of hours. As soon as this works its way through, we'll have more rain that does appear coming up during the day tomorrow. Some new data coming in also here to me. Some new data coming in, so I'll check that out here momentarily. It'll come here in just a second. Okay, well, back to our severe thunderstorm warnings and some of the other activity we have going on. And that's an impressive cell there in Laurel County too, by the way. We've got a decent little thunderstorm moving through there, but let's see if we've got any warning information out for it. Any severe thunderstorm warnings? Yep, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning out for you too as well across southern Laurel County. Southern Laurel County, and you've got a couple of other locations. That's some of the new data just coming in right now at 4:40 448-ish. And this pushes that severe thunderstorm warning for you there in Laurel County out until 5:30 p.m. And these storms have already been dangerous. And I'll just tell you, there's some activity in some of these storms suggesting there is some rotation. So City of London, you need to be under the gun too. One of the more populated areas around here. I'll show you that radar again, which is looking pretty impressive. I mean, we got some stout stuff out there in the southwestern corner of Laurel County too. So City of Corbin, a location. Yesterday, hearing from the mayor, they had issued a state of emergency because of the water issues. Here comes a pretty decent little cell that's going to push some heavy rain on you too. You're already under a flash flood warning. So a lot to be concerned about here, from winds to heavy rain to large hail. We're getting it all right here in southern Kentucky, right now south of London, south to the west of London. So anywhere along Interstate 75, you know somebody's going to be traveling there the next little bit. You tell them just chill, sit still for just a little while, because we've got two cells that are getting ready to cross the interstate, one possibly producing a tornado, the other with wind gusts, I'd say at least of around 60 miles per hour that are going to be coming through. So you may want to hold off on any travel plans here for at least the next couple of hours before you start heading out to any location. Here's what the track on this says, or some of the data coming in. It says it's moving to the east around 35 to 40 miles per hour, and you saw some of the communities located there, and the data went down because it's updating. So it continuously updates on me. I have no control over that, so that's one of the great features with it. Sometimes you like to keep it up, but also it's reevaluating what the storm is doing. But the severe thunderstorm warning going out 5:30, Clay, Knox, Laurel, and Whitley counties, all of those locations are under the gun. There comes a new track for me to pull up for you folks as well to show you who's affected. And you can see all the communities highlighted here, and about 44,000 people. 44,000 people is listed on our list here. Some new flood warnings coming out for different locations along the Kentucky River at Heidelberg. Looks like flood stage is at 20 feet, and they're expecting it now to get right around 21.2, crest around that. That's coming up later on this weekend. Just watching this data come in. Been a very eventful week weather-wise here, whether it be this day or all the rain we've had. We have had a lot to talk about, unfortunately. That's not why, you know, as much as I like to talk about weather, you don't like to talk about the bad stuff all the time. And that's what we've been talking about quite a bit here as of late. And nothing any worse than talking about tornado warnings, and that's what we've got right here out of this cell. Let me go even closer so we can get some streets. Not a very populated area, luckily, right now. It doesn't appear where the storm is at along Hall Branch Road and Jordan Hollow Road, but hey, there's still some people out there, I guarantee you. And they are certainly getting hit pretty hard right now. And if you're in one of those locations and you can hear my voice, maybe you've already gotten to your safe place, and hopefully the power is still on and you can still hear me talking to you. You want to stay wherever you're at until you feel like it's kind of calmed down. You can tell people are smart enough to know that, hey, the weather's kind of calm now. You don't hear that heavy rain, you don't hear that intense wind. So you know to come out of your safe location when it starts to get a little more on the calm side after it pushes through. And hopefully you can hear me talking to you as well. You want to stay in your safe place, which is going to be in a basement. You want to be in the middle of your house if you don't have a basement, maybe into one of your a hallway closet or a bathroom in the middle of your house. Those are some really good places to be. And stay away from windows. I know it's very tempting to look out and see what the storm's doing, but stay away from them. Man, because those are easily penetrated there with anything. So that flying debris can really come towards you in a hurry, shatter those windows, and cause even more problems to you, cause physical harm to you. And when you get into any of the locations you're going to get to, I say this 1,000 times, but trust me, it may do you some good. Throw you some pillows around you, some blankets, just a little more protection, okay? You want to try to add a little extra something to your shell around you, just like you wear the clothes on your back. You want to add a little bit more And I used this reference earlier. I'll use it again. Just like a football player uses the pads to protect their body, same thing for you. Add those pads to you with the blankets and the pillows and getting under a sturdy workbench or a desk or whatever it is to keep yourself safe from any flying or falling debris that may be traveling through the house. So far, the only significant weather reports I've seen out of the sales down there, one report out of Pine Knot in McCreary County saying around 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and large hail, egg size, hen egg size, so something you may have in your own refrigerator. That's how large the hail has been, golf ball sized, $half size, all of that. And I don't think anyone in the newsroom has heard anything just yet either. This has been traveling through some lowly populated areas, and sometimes when that happens, it also can hurt the actual data, because sometimes you need that visualization to see if there's actually a tornado. That's one of the first sweeps I've seen, by the way, in a while that showed a little weakening. It's still stout. I mean, this is a very impressive storm, still with the rotation factor in there too, but showing a little sign of weakening. But that can also be the primary time when a storm can actually produce that tornado and it coming down and kind of out. So that's just one of the things we have to watch for. Still very impressive though. In Whitley County, tornado warning for you folks. And you see that data just continuously running too at the top of your screen, so that keeps us up to date. But I'm going to just highlight it again for you so you can see it here on the screen with me. McCreary, tornado warning really not in effect for you folks anymore. It's mainly for Whitley County, and we're in the southern part of the county that's highlighted with the tornado warning until 5:15 here this evening. So the tornado warning running for you for a little while longer. I'm going to check my email real quick, see if I've got anything coming in from any spotters or any information through that. And so far, not seeing anything. This is a busy time of the day. A lot of people are just now getting out from work. They're on their way home. They're in the car. So it kind of gets a little bit hectic for you. I understand that completely. I understand that we couldn't be kind of swamped with it here. And of course, you can always email your pictures to us. We'll try to get those up later. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to put them up while we're covering the storm, but I'll try my best to get them up for you a little bit later. So just keep your information coming toward us here over the next few minutes here with the possibility of this very, very significant weather that we are dealing with. And I'm checking some other things too, checking my Twitter account to see if anybody has sent anything. And right now, staying kind of calm. And again, this is a positive thing because maybe a lot of people are not right in the direct path of it. And I pointed that out a moment ago. It looked like it was a lowly populated area. And I'll tell you, even our storm tracker tried to say that too. Let me show you right quick here. And, you know, 36,000 people according to this. One of the storm tracks I laid out a moment ago, around 8,000 or 9,000. Of course, this goes all the way out until 5:30 and pushes it deeper and deeper, so the communities get a little bit larger. But so far where it's been, low populated areas. So when you talk about that, the probability of significant injury does go down some, but it can happen, obviously. I'm going to quote a report coming in from, it looks like it was in Knox County, about 13 miles southeast of London, from a train spotter. Broom handle size limbs are down in that area, and quarter-sized hail also down, verifying that indeed it is a severe thunderstorm in also Laurel County. So let me go up to that storm real quick for you, because it's very intense too. I mean, there it is. You can see it. Corbin getting hit pretty hard right now. Let's go a little closer there real quick, and also Lily. So you can see the city of Corbin getting hit with a decent thunderstorm moving through there. And already hearing reports of broom handle size limbs. Okay, just think of a broom handle and how thick they are. That's what the size of the limbs that are already down there in parts of Knox County, about 13 miles southeast of London. There's not a specific location on that storm report coming in from the Weather Service, but a train spotter is saying that's happening. Here's the city of Corbin getting hit pretty hard right now with some heavy rain and strong gusty winds. And again, two things they certainly did not want to have to deal with over there in the city of Corbin. I know I certainly didn't need that heavy rain. All of us going to deal with this for a little while longer, I think. The most significant part of it is covering up most of Laurel County there, at least the southeastern corner. South of London, though, but right along Interstate 75, large hail, and already hearing hail the size of quarters out of that. That's pretty significant. Wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. So all of this going on. And the possibility of, I suspect, maybe even some golf ball sized hail could come out of this. Right now, I'll give you a good determination, widespread as far as the cell is concerned. Data says maybe ping pong ball sized hail at the best coming out of this. And I'm taking in the whole storm, or most of it there, into review. And I can do it I can do it again here. I'll check the whole storm from top to bottom here, from north to south, and it'll give me several things. It'll give me an estimate on a lot of things that are going on. People affected around 70,000 out of that top cell, and then you go to that southern cell, and it's going to give us some very different information. But generally, it looks like ping pong ball size to golf ball sized hail throughout this entire cell here in Laurel County and parts of northern McCreary and Whitley's, and also over toward Knox County here this afternoon. So very active afternoon with large hail, and also the possibility of tornadic activity occurring out of this cell right here south of Williamsburg. Though it's lost a lot of its umph, still a strong and very impressive thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado, or at one time has done just that. So now that it's crossed the interstate, let's reevaluate. There's Packard. There is, by the way, Holly Hill over McCreary a little while ago, a location I kept talking about over and over again because it was right there under the gun. They're talking about some large hail. They are covering the ground. Golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail covered the ground in Holly Hill in McCreary County. Now back to this warning though. Packard, the community of Packard, along you got Keeswick Gatliff Road, and there's East Highway 904, and you see 92 off in the distance here. It's one of the primary roads. It's that'll be highlighted with our computer. Rock Spring Road, and again East Highway 904, a different section of it starting to get hit pretty hard. It's passed through Pleasant View, Saxton under the gun, and Packard. All of those locations and some of those roads like Buck Creek Road and Little Cane Creek Road. And again, there's Keswick Gatliff Road. I'm assuming that's the correct pronunciation. We'll shoot for it. And then the large road there, Interstate 75. Already passed Interstate 75, obviously heavily traveled, especially on a Friday. People coming in and out of Kentucky, right through Whitley County. So the significant storm that possibly produced a tornado still rolling right on in through Whitley County. And I'm going to have to back up just a little bit here to see county lines, county boundaries. So we've still got a big chunk of Whitley to go through before we cross over into Knox or into Bell County, either one. So we'll watch the storm as it moves eastward here. And again, it's moving eastward at around 30, 35 miles per hour. Changing from time to time here, but generally in that range. Just depending on what data you look at, some of it's saying a little bit faster, some a little slower. That's not going to make a whole lot of difference because it's not a significant amount of speed, but it'll make a little bit. And some new information coming out. Let's see what's going on here. Just flooding, just all flood stuff right now. Flood advisories and some hail information now coming out from actual city of London, talking about an inch-sized hail, which if you talk about inch, you're talking about quarter-sized hail in the city of London, and for good reason. That certainly looks like a cell that could produce some decent-sized hail, and it's probably done that near Corbin as well. It's produced the heavy rain for sure, and some strong gusty winds along 80. But we're going to hold out with this tornado warning. I see signatures or signs that it's weakening, but it's a tornado warning, and we take that pretty seriously around here. And it runs through 5:15. I'm looking at about, what, 12 minutes or so here. 12 minutes or so, and then we'll cut back to unless the warning is extended or moved into another direction. I don't see that happening, but if it did, we'd stay right here with you. The one that could, if rotation really starts to show up, would be this cell up here. But at this moment in time, not looking as likely, though. It's out there and it's possible. The atmosphere has those characteristics, and sometimes that does happen. But right now, I would think that we'll probably leave coverage here in just a few minutes to join 27 News First, as they are already in progress, I'm sure, at 5:03. Of course they are. And we'll join them momentarily. And just picking it up toward 27 country, up toward Lexington, Richmond area, also dealing with some significant weather. And this is kind of the location stretching along and south of Interstate 64 that looked like it was going to be affected by some heavy rain. So far, model data coming in pretty good handling on that. Let me just check one other warning out of our coverage area, or one other area too. Let's see, showing tornadic signature there in parts of Madison County. Just wanted to look at that for a moment. A lot of people have students and kids and friends and nephews and grandparents and or grandchildren and everybody, whatever it may be, that may be in school or enrolled there. Right now, on the calm side, are they under severe thunderstorm warning? At least they are under a severe thunderstorm. There's the radar and my computer here, the data is trying to suggest tornadic signature there. So if you know a student in that location, you may want to check on them. But under a severe thunderstorm warning there in Madison County too, just out of our coverage area. But I know how our kids head out and about and go to school. I know we're entering finals week right now, so they'd probably be tied up in class, wouldn't know what was going on. Of course, they do have the siren system up there, so they do hear it pretty easily, and it comes over some of the local cable networks also situated in central Kentucky. But back down to southern Kentucky, I kind of wander off when we start wondering about the youngsters. Southeastern corner of Whitley County, still looking pretty intense, and as far as the rotation factor, it's trying to say that there is still that there, and it's moving toward the east now at around 40 miles per hour. So now you see a whole new list of communities possibly being affected here over the next, this takes us all the way up to 5:30, next 30 minutes exactly. At 5:36 is the last location here on our list. And again, you got the tornado warning that runs to 5:15, and I've even got it where it's saying maybe some penny-sized hail on that. And let's check that widespread for hail. Maximum right now, talking about $half size, so that's encouraging news that maybe the probability of some larger hail, as far as it getting larger, has gone down quite a bit there. Dime-sized hail coming in out of a report in Laurel County, so that storm's getting pretty active too. Rotation missing from it as far as enough rotation to sell it as a tornado warning, but it's still severe thunderstorm warning and possible producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one that we're looking at still has that possibility of producing a tornado or straight-line winds in excess of around 60 miles per hour, so I would not be surprised to see that happening through there. With that 5:15 tornado warning, we're right now at 5:07, so we're just into the single digits as far as time-wise is concerned, just crossing into that. So we'll watch this one a little while longer. We're going to stay with this, guys, until it goes down or they extend it, whatever they may do. So we'll stay with that for the next few minutes. I'm going to check email while you all watch the storm, and you get to see some of the locations highlighted here. I'll go even closer so we can get a few more roads to show up, and I'll plot those, and we'll watch it all together, and I'll kind of multitask here, try to see what else is going on. There's 92, there's Goins, Upper Mulberry School Road, State Highway 1809, and you see, I'm going to call that Harps Creek Road. That may not be correct, but you can see it, and if you're a local down there, you will for sure know what it is. All right, checking email to see what we've got. If anybody has said anything down there in southern Kentucky, not just yet. Let's see. All right, I get one from McCreary County. It says large-sized hail earlier, and some decent wind also out of McCreary County, and that was in Stearns. And that viewer wants to remain anonymous, so we will, of course, let you do just that. And so far, only ones we're seeing right now out of my email. Let me go up here back to the Twitter account too and see what we have. I've got some direct messages, some new ones, and nothing just yet here. So that's, again, the lack of report can be a couple of things. It can be good news and it can be bad news. It can be good news that a lot of this stuff not happening to where a lot of people are being affected by it. And then, of course, the bad news is that means people just can't get to it to report it because the weather is so significant that it's kind of preventing them from that. Right there's a tornado warning where you're at with Pearl Siler Road, 92, Goins, Harp Creek, State Highway 1809, East Highway 904, Upper Mulberry School Road. All of these locations, all of them right now, you're dealing with that very intense thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado. Getting some new reports filtering in here. Large hail, of course, reported in London. Nothing new out of this cell, though, so that's a little encouraging, too. But again, it may be post-storm before we start to see some of that because people have taken the right idea and they've listened to some of the things that we've said here, and they got to their safe spot, and they're going to wait until the storm passes before they can get up and try to report this information. Now, let's go up here. That's showing a little rotation in it. Yes, it is. Severe thunderstorm warning still out for the folks in north central Whitley, though most of it's out of there. North central Whitley, Knox, parts of Laurel County, and over into Clay County. So right now that storm, the northern storm, out of the two I've been watching real close here, it's moving toward the city of Manchester right along 80, it looks like. City of London, you're still dealing with some pretty intense rainfall. And then there's another little cell that just kind of popped up in the southern part of the county that's still pretty intense. Box, there's Keavy. And then you can see Corbin. It should skirt you, Corbin. I don't think you'll see the most significant part of that one, but you'll still see some gusty winds. That's one thing that'll kind of come out of these storms, like a little ejection that comes out of them. You'll still get some of the winds from it, but you won't get some of the most intense everything else that goes along with it because of the trajectory it's likely going to take. City of London covered up with some heavy rain, and then you even go up toward Rockcastle County. No warnings active for you, but you've certainly had your fair share of some active weather as well here in the last couple of hours. Sitting at 5:11, by the way, folks, tornado warning down in southern Kentucky across Whitley County, set to expire at 5:15. It'll cross over into Bell County, and once it goes over into Bell County, it could likely affect you folks in the city of Pineville and across right along US 25. And what I can also do with this radar data that I have, and I'm going to try this for you here real quick. I'll turn my radar data, my other radar data on, and I'm taking it out of live radar mode because what I want to do for you, and just extending the tornado warning, by the way, as I was pulling that data down for Bell County, as a lot of uncertainty on what it was going to do. They've just extended the tornado warning into Bell County. Still seeing that rotation factor coming in. So now Bell County under the gun with a tornado warning. Let's see the length of time on that. You've got that until 6 p.m. It's showing Knox County. Let me see something here. Let me pull the rest of this data down. All right, also Knox County included, just the southern tip of Knox County, tornado warning in effect for you folks. And reports from dispatch, law enforcement saying over in Laurel County near Keavy that a funnel cloud was spotted near Keavy at around, they said it was at 5:08, so that's just a few minutes ago. So that could have been that one little cell that I saw that popped up there a moment ago. So a funnel cloud near the Keavy area on Level Green Road. The reports of a funnel cloud over there. But let's get over here to where the tornado warning has just been extended to. That storm to the north may go that way here very soon. So we'd have two storms running almost parallel in several different counties here. So we'll have to keep up. So let's just hold on. It's going to be a while. And we're running all the way up until 6 o'clock with this tornado warning for Knox County and also through Bell County. And again, we're at a very important part of the day. People get off at work at 4. They start getting off at 5. Some of them are common daytime jobs. That's the time they're getting off. So people are just now getting out. Give them a call on their cell phone, say, hey, here's what's happening. Tornado warning out for several folks there in Knox County and Bell County and Whitley County. So if you're going to be traveling through there, just take it easy. Go somewhere and sit and wait until the warning is clear, somewhere closer to your job. Maybe stay at work if that's a safe location, if they'll let you. And I'm sure in a lot of cases they're not going to have a big issue with that. They'll probably want to stay right there with you, some of the administration, because one of those very, very active weather days. All right, here we go. I'm going to take you out into the future a little bit with this radar product. I can take you out 30 minutes, watch what happens as the general direction of this storm. All right, looks like the storm producing the possible tornado could be headed right toward the folks there in the city of Pineville. That's where this data has it going over the next 30 minutes. So I've gone 30 minutes out into the future here. That's where it should be located at. Trying to get into Middlesboro too, though, with the southern edge of this system. So I'm going to back it up. I'm going to rotate it through again. I'm going to put it into where it's at again. This is not a live radar. This is just a futuristic radar model that we have. As a matter of fact, just so I can go ahead and show you what I'm dealing with here, I'll put a timestamp up here so you'll see the timing on that. That shows where it should be at around 5:45. This works in fives, doesn't work in minute by minute, so it works in five. So around 5:45, that's where it should be at. So let me go over this one more time. And we're getting tornado warning up here too. Oh, wow. Tornado warnings for southern Laurel. That cell I said would go tornadic, it has gone tornadic. In Laurel, Whitley, Clay, Knox, we've got all kinds of warnings that are now underway. But let me just give you a quick rundown of this one again. You can see where that one's going, that cell, through the next little bit. Okay. Wow, very active in a hurry here in all of these counties under the tornado warning. Here's the live data. That's not what's super important. It's now a series of tornado warnings that have been issued when we have several that are now out. Several tornado warnings that are now issued for almost every county out here across southern and southern Kentucky, and then trying to get back into eastern Kentucky. So radar data down from both locations. There you go. Parts of almost every county through southern Kentucky have been under a tornado warning in the last little bit. The other tornado warnings, this one up here, this northern one, it goes all the way out until 6 o'clock as well. So another tornado warning out for all of these folks. So let's get the specifics. You got Clay, Knox, Laurel, Leslie, Perry, and Whitley. It's barely a little tip of Perry, but included in this tornado warning that runs out until 6 o'clock for Clay, Knox, Laurel, Leslie, and Perry. This is another one that is so kind of in the middle is Barberville there in Knox County. It's not included in any of the warnings, but you've got tornado warnings on northern sides of the county, southern sides of the county. So a lot of action there going on with tornado warnings. Got you split in two different spots. City of Corbin also now under the gun with that tornado warning. So let's go investigate this one a little closer too with some of the radar data that we're looking at here. And here we go. City of Corbin just passing you by as far as I think the most significant part of the heavier rain. However, it's sparked because of one of these storms possibly producing some rotation. So here's some of the information we've got for you. Areas affected, you see them there, numerous spots from Green Road, Barnyard, Oglefield, Asher's Fork, Markham, Sandy Fork. A lot of locations here affected in the next little bit due to these tornado warnings. Now, to give you more specifics, and this is something I really like to do because we can take you in and show you more locations this way. There you go, Lilly, you've got Tuttle, you've got Siler, City of Corbin, Woolham, Sasser, Marydale, Brock, all of those right there, again, in Laurel County, and that I just mentioned the last couple of ones. Then you go to Woolham, and then Tuttle, looks like it's on the border. I'm not sure on the specifics on that. We'll come back to it in a moment. City of Manchester and Clay County, Urban. You've got Lincoln, Ogle. These all in now Clay County. Plank, Spring Creek, Markham, Peabody, Erline, Size Rock, and see this little tip right here? There's a little tip right there. That's Perry County, so very, very small section, but near Saul up into that part. 1006 in Leslie County, City of Hyden, Wendover, Stinnett, Essie, all within the next 40 minutes or so. Next 40 minutes or so. I'm getting some text messages. Significant weather. Let's see. A friend of mine out there in Laurel County saying that golf ball-sized hail in the city of London. Got a text message on that one right directly to my personal cell phone, so thank you very much. So getting some significant hail. So all of these locations I just mentioned, all highlighted there in the area of red, that is where our tornado warning is at. That's number one. Let me tell you, the Weather Service over in Jackson, they have issued a slew of them. There's another one out right through here. We've got some of the counties along the Mountain Parkway that could start getting back into our area again. So we'll watch all of these storms very closely, and we're going to be with them until 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, tracking all of these significant thunderstorms, possibly producing a tornado. Now, again, we go back to that Laurel County storm that produced the tornado warning. A trained weather spotter actually reported a funnel cloud near Keavy. That's about 10 miles southeast, or southwest, excuse me, southwest of London, moving east at around 40 miles per hour. So that happened in Laurel County. That storm's moving out of Laurel County into Clay, northern Knox, and then you're going into some of the other locations like Clay and Leslie. So a funnel cloud spotted by a trained spotter. It just kind of adds a little extra to it when you start talking about that. Then you go down in here into Bell County where we've tracked this storm. I've tracked this one since Wayne County, I believe. It was all the way out in Wayne County, being a tornado warning through there. And right now, it's staying alive. It is just holding on for dear life, it looks like. It's not as impressive, it's not as intense as it was earlier, but it is still a very strong storm, and it could be producing a tornado within it. And let me also shoot this out here at you too. It produced egg-sized. Just think of an egg you have in your refrigerator right now, or an egg that, just a hen egg. Just think of that. That's how large some of the hail has been reported out of this. We've had golf ball-sized hail. We've had half-dollar-sized hail. Let me get some water here. We've had some half-dollar-sized hail, and all out of that sale. So this has already proven to be one tough thunderstorm down there in southern Kentucky. There's no doubt about that. And so we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to continue to watch it for the next little bit. Got some information? No. Okay, all right. I'll just check with you. All right, severe thunderstorms possibly producing tornadoes now in several counties, including Bell County. Now getting nickel-sized hail reports out of Laurel County, by the way. So again, I was talking about how impressive this hail has been all afternoon long. Still looking pretty strong in some locations, but not like it was a little while ago. But tornado warning still in effect there. For you folks here in the city of Pineville, hold on, because it's moving in your general direction here, moving off toward the east. It may just stay due east, I think, around 42 miles per hour, but it's going to be awfully close to you. But you see some of the locations affected by the actual significant part of the sail here, like you got No Town, Ingram, Wauseoto, Hutch, Barilla, Insull, Petersville, just some of those locations. And again, if you live down there, you know exactly where they're at and what's going on. Now, that's for the folks in Bell County primarily. That warning was out for a couple of different counties. It was for Bell, Knox, and Whitley. But the southern part of this one, there's two warnings after you, Knox County. The southern part, you're clear now. It's all clear as far as the tornado. Now it's more so where the tornado could be at is more so over into Bell County. Again, Whitley County, you're now finally out of the woods. It took forever for that storm to get through there, crossing the interstate just a little while ago and producing some large hail along the way. But right now, you're in the clear. Now, let me jump back up here to the other storm, which is kind of the new one, that was issued a little while ago. We'll back our data up just a little bit. This is the most significant part of this cell. Just continues to move off toward the east, right along 80. Manchester's seeing some of the heaviest rain right now, maybe some large hail associated with that. And let me just give you some of the rundown, what the computer is trying to suggest here with locations. There you see some of the locations according to our computer here. And again, pulling in some of the latest data and seeing how fast it looks like it's running. So there you see the tornado warning in effect until 6 p.m. for you folks too. For Clay, Knox, Laurel, Leslie, Perry, and into Whitley counties. All of these locations are under the tornado warning too until 6 o'clock. And obviously some of them under severe thunderstorm warning simultaneously for obvious reasons, because we've got some decent thunderstorms that are stretched out all over the place. More storms out here in Tennessee too. A lot of the behavior, though, today has been due east, so I'm not sure if that's going to kind of cross over or not. I'd have to go back in time and look at that. Don't want to do that just yet. We'll focus on our other warnings here. By the way, I mentioned Holly Hill in Curry County earlier. For 10 minutes straight in Holly Hill, they had significant hail right around hen egg-sized hail that just kind of poured through that location earlier, a little bit earlier. Steve, you hearing anything in there, any significant reports?
No damage reports yet.
No damage reports, according to Steve, who's just came in here from the newsroom, handed me a cup of water. Appreciate that so much. So nothing from Steve, who's been in the newsroom here in the last little bit. And checking email and Twitter doing maintenance right now, so not getting any tweets from Twitter to see if there's any storm damage through that. It's a scheduled maintenance. It said that a little earlier, so waiting on that to come back online, so maybe pass the information through that social networking site, which all of us here at the station use. Pretty handy, too, in this situation as well. No new emails to me, nothing coming from the National Weather Service other than the large hail report out of McCreary County, which is pretty significant. You talk about hen egg-sized hail for 10 minutes. That is pretty impressive. That's amazing, actually. Back down to one of our tornado warnings. Some new data, it just keeps coming in. Some of this computer, some of the data that we run here is just really impressive. Just keeps coming up with it, just keeps bringing it in. All right, people affected, again, updated version of what we were looking at a little while ago. Waukegan, which by the way is just south of Pineville. I mean, it's right there in Pineville pretty much, but geographically speaking, it is to the south of the county seat over there. So you got Waukegan, Hutch, Varilla, all of these locations I mentioned a little while ago. So and you can see the times that it will all be working on within the next little bit here. So like at Notown, around 5:27, which is now 5:33, Waukegan, 5:38 at Hutch. So different times here for all those locations. Then we move back up toward the north, where we're still getting some new information from time to time coming in straight from our computer and from many folks that are spotting these storms and watching them along the way. And you see that, let me grab the latest information out of this one too. Saying that it's moving around 40 miles per hour, which is about right. And you've got all those communities that could be affected here within the next, this goes all the way out till 6:03, so you're talking the next half hour or so, give or take a few minutes. All those locations there highlighted for the possibility of a tornado being in your area, with that tornado warning in effect until 6 o'clock in this spot, and also down into just straight up Bell County, tornado warnings in effect. This was spotted, this warning here was spotted by somebody on the ground. They saw a foam cloud near Keevee a little while ago, maybe 30 minutes ago now, I'm not sure, can't remember. but they thought they saw a funnel cloud. National Weather Service folks jumped on that and issued a tornado warning, and we had talked about that cell, and I was kind of shocked that at one time that I was seeing some rotation, that nothing had been issued, but now it's been issued, and here we go. We're just continuing to ride along with it here for the folks in Clay, Knox, Laurel, Leslie, a small fraction, percent, 1% maybe, of Perry County under that warning, and then Whitley County also under the tornado warning. It's out of there, though, for Whitley County. You still got to deal with it in Knox County, and I think for you folks there in Clay County, too, where the genuine energy is at here this afternoon, and it's moving east right now. Nothing northeast to it. It's basically stayed east all day. Most of these storms have had just that true easterly nature to them, not moving northeast, southeast. It's been straight up due east, and that's the whole trend with the entire storm system that's moving over our heads here. Weakening, though, down in Bell County. They did issue another statement for it. Let's see if anything, again, still Doppler radar indicated there in Bell County, and that's the one again I've been tracking. I think Wayne County. It's been around forever. Since around 4:30, 4:20, I came on with weather forecast. Yeah, about 4:20 or so. Since Wayne and McCrary County specifically. I'm going to show you again. This is a product I use from time to time, and I think it's going to come in pretty handy here too. Not only can I show you a storm track and show you locations, but we can show you what radar thinks the storm's going to be doing here within the next 30 minutes. So again, I'm going to show you some of this data and take you out 30 minutes into the future and give you a time, okay? There's the time. We're sitting right at 5:30, and this clock is only going to work in multiples of 5. So I'm going to go into the future here. We're going to go into the future and show you the progression of this storm. So you can see more of the same, trying to get into the city of Hyden here within the next 30 minutes. So by 6 o'clock, getting into Hyden. Will there be extension of warnings? It's a possibility if they stay as intense as this data suggests. And that has been the trend. They have all stayed together for quite a while. Now we go down here to our other cell, and you notice it gets toward the city of Harlan. We'll take it from right now, still pretty stout. It goes out and moves toward the city of Harlan within the next 30 minutes. And again, you probably need to throw a clock up there again, so you can see the timing on it. I left the other one behind. So by 6 o'clock, that's where you're looking at, over there toward the city of Harlan. Pass through Wallens too, and these are locations that are listed on the overall storm track. So again, this is just a future rad product that I'll use from time to time. We'll take you from around right now, which now it's 5:31, but around 5:30 into the future, and show you getting closer and closer to the city of Harlan. And the data, by the way, just changing a little bit too. So always taking into account new things going on in the atmosphere. One of the pieces of technology we can use here from time to time for you folks out there at home. All right, back to our current situation. Hearing some thunder here in the city of Hazard right now. So we've got, let me see what we've got. We've just got a thunder shower coming from the north. We've got some activity over here to our west as well. And all this producing some heavy rain, by the way. Numerous flash flood warnings in effect for several counties across eastern Kentucky, and a tornado watch that is in effect for a big chunk of us too until midnight tonight. Now, these have kind of been speeding up. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way through midnight, but it'll, as far as technically speaking, yeah, it's up until midnight, all the way for the folks over there in Pike County. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take down the warnings, and I'm going to take down the storm tracks too. Let's take those down for just a moment here so I can show you some of the other pertinent information so we can all be prepared together for what very well may come. All of the counties highlighted in red here, that's tornado watch. And tornado watch running, for example, everybody until midnight. I've got Leslie County highlighted here, but even the same thing for you in Pike County. I think, though, after it passes you up there in Leslie County, there's nothing really new out to our west. I think the watch probably go down. So it should start expiring from east to west here over the next little bit, perhaps, unless there's something more going on to our west. And right now, we'll have to just check and see what's going on out there. Kind of calm after that. So as soon as those storms finally work their way through, probably getting out of the woods unless some of this activity tries to turn toward the north. Unless it turns toward the north here. New severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, that's out for Morgan and Wolf. Okay, so we'll go in and check those out here. New severe thunderstorm warnings just issued, and they run out until 6:15. Let's go back in live radar mode. There you go. Live radar mode for the folks there in Wolf and Morgan counties. And so you're looking at them right here, Wolf and Morgan. We have the tornado warnings back up and severe thunderstorm warnings back up too. So we've got those. We got those all back up here for you live on the air. So there you see it. That was a tornado warning earlier. Now they're saying, hey, looks like it's got more characteristics to stay on the side of just a severe thunderstorm warning. And there you see it, Menifee, Morgan, Powell, and Wolf County. So Morgan and Wolf directly here in our coverage area, and also parts of Powell County. So severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 for you folks up there along the Mountain Parkway. And that's pretty much where it looks like it's traveling through, especially that tornado warning too. But that's going to the wayside, it looks like. But you come back down to southern Kentucky, and particularly Bell County now. We had the tornado warning out until 6 o'clock. It's gone through a bit of a metamorphosis here, and it has weakened quite a bit here. It has quite a bit here. Cell phone's ringing. Let's get rid of that. All right. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings have been going out left and right. And this storm has been alive for about an hour now and produced a very large hail, but seems to be weakening now as it's positioned over central sections of Bell County here. And getting looks like I've got a picture here from a viewer asking about a derecho. I didn't get the picture. I'll have to email them back here, but getting a question out of somebody out there apparently on the road. It comes from, it looks like, they emailed it. It looks like a cell phone, one of those emails from cell phone. So I have to get back with them here a little bit later and see what they've got for me, but may have some interesting video or an interesting picture. Maybe it was a video. The attachment didn't come through. Bell County still, though, under the tornado warning for the next 24 minutes to be exact. And then you've got the tornado warning that continues to work its way through basically now into Clay County, and eventually here in the next few minutes you'll be under the gun over in Leslie County too, with this possible severe weather situation where we could be dealing with a tornado. And then of course numerous other severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued all afternoon and now here into the evening hours. We had tornado watch posted. We've got flash flood warnings out. I mean, just a lot of different things going on here today. And flash flood watch that goes all the way through tomorrow, because it looks like more heavy rain or more showers might try to get going here eventually as some more energy tries to work its way into parts of southern and eastern Kentucky here over the next little bit. And I'm going to take a little second here. Thank you very much. I had to get a little shot of water, folks. New information coming in here. I'm going to watch for some new data to come in from the Weather Service. Again, all kinds of thunder here, some really loud thunder, making me think that some of the lightning that's probably out there, I can't see them in the studio. Some of the lightning probably real close to us, because the louder that thunder is, closer the storm is going to be to you, or the actual streak of lightning was to your location. So just keep that in mind. Just a little tidbit here as we're tracking these storms here on this Friday afternoon. And lucky for the folks there in parts of Estill and Powell counties, tornado warning will be allowed to expire at 5:45, which is coming up here in a few minutes. So they're saying, hey, the significant threat starting to go down some. And I'm thinking the same thing in Bell County. The significant threat for a tornado maybe has diminished quite a bit here, not looking as impressive as it did a little earlier. It's lost a lot of the characteristics that it had probably about at least 10 minutes ago at the very least here. Some text messages coming in from Bell County. A friend of mine down there saying near the city of Pineville a little while ago had some nickel-sized, comparing it to nickel-sized hail. So nickel-sized hail over there in Pineville, too, in Bell County, coming in just a few minutes ago. Someone sending that via text to me. Checking emails again here and just going back and forth here, trying to multitask for you folks so I can keep you up to date as I pull information from all of our different resources that we have here at the station, whether it be cell phone, whether it be email, whether it be Twitter, whether it be MySpace, Facebook, whatever it is. We've got it all here, and we can take your storm reports through that, and we can take your questions through that too at any time. So feel free to look us up on any of those sites. But most specifically, visit our website, WYMTnews.com, where you find our video, you find all kinds of things all the time. And of course, storm preparation information too on the weather page that we have kept updated for several years now. WYMTnews.com, our web channel. You can find us over there, and you can find live streams of all of our newscasts, by the way. All right, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings now issued as well. What I'm starting to see is a trend away from the tornado warnings. Some of the characteristics of the atmosphere may be starting to calm down to some degree. That's at least the way it is looking, but numerous severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued here across several counties, and the best way to see them is this right here. Pulling the radar data down for just a moment, and you can see that we've got Lee County now under severe thunderstorm warning. Let's just hit it. Severe thunderstorm warning there for Breathitt, Jackson County, Lee, Magoffin, Morgan, and Wolf and Powell counties. All of those now with severe thunderstorm warnings. And this part of those warnings, especially the northern part of these warnings, that came from a tornado warning, a storm that possibly produced a tornado in a few counties there. So that's kind of one to really pay close attention to on the northern side of this, because there's two different waves. There's one wave, and then there's this wave that just rolls right on through. I'm going to tell you, I think after just watching this data over the last little bit, the threat for tornadic activity out of this complex, out of this one highlight, I'll even highlight it, go step one step further for you here and highlight it with this. I think this area has calmed down quite a bit. It's calmed down quite a bit. There's a tornado warning out, but I highly suspect it's going to go at 6, maybe a little bit earlier, especially the one in Bell County, because it has completely weakened out. It did produce some nickel-sized hail near Pineville, but that one finally starting to weaken to some degree. Now, it's surprised me a couple times so far, because it would go down, then all of a sudden come right back up with that same intense signature that it had earlier, but I don't see that happening now. There's some rain out in front of it, kind of raining everything out, cooling it down, a lot of the instability going away, so that's one of the factors we need. This still looking very intense as far as the rainfall is concerned, but as far as any rotation factor, I just don't see that right now. So we may watch these warnings go away before their expiration time here. So I'm going to, while we watch that actual warning, and I'll pull you in a little closer so you can see some of these locations that are highlighted across Clay and Leslie counties. Places like, there you go, Plank, Spring Creek, Roark, Hoskintown. So all of those, that's where some of the significant weather is currently headed. And then you go obviously back off toward Knox County too, and still some decent activity going on through there. So I'll just leave it this view for just a second while I check some of my other sources here to see what's happening out there in a more up close and personal level. Checking some rotation characteristics specifically here. I got another cell phone call here. I'm going to have to ignore those cell phone calls. All right, velocity. All right, we're checking it out. Rotation, I'll tell you, rotation looks almost like it's going away out of this particular cell from what I'm looking at now. They may be seeing some other things over there at the National Weather Service, but As far as tornadic activity and these tornado warnings, they may be going away here very, very soon. They last until 6 o'clock, technically speaking, but they may go down a little bit earlier. But we still have a lot of severe weather out there and a lot of strong storms that are still moving through eastern Kentucky here. And another big concern with this push of moisture, this really adding to the ground, and it's already very saturated, it gets me a little concerned for more flash flooding. We've got also flash flood warnings that are out there here this evening as well. So just keep that in mind. We've got to watch our creeks and streams here, I think, at least for a few more hours and maybe into the overnight. We do have that flash flood watch that has also been posted that lasts all the way through tomorrow afternoon, right at noon, as a matter of fact. So we'll watch and see. All right, showers, thunderstorms moving through Clay County, Leslie County right now. That's the main focus where the possibility of some rotation was at a little while ago. We've got strong storms up here in Wolfe County, Lee County, Owsley County. That's expected to move toward Magoffin, Morgan counties here within the next 30, 45 minutes here, producing some strong to severe weather. That's on its way. So keep that in mind as we head through the next 20 minutes here, 30 minutes or so for the folks in parts of eastern Kentucky right along the Mountain Parkway. Waiting to see what happens out of this Bell County warning. I just don't think it's I don't think there's much left as far as anything significant with it. So it may go down when they update some of the information coming out here in the next few minutes, which will happen probably. So hopefully they'll cancel that, and then we'll be in good shape as far as weather's concerned, because we're knocking on the door of news time here. It'll be here very, very soon. And so far not seeing any reports of any significant damage either. And some welcome news coming in here left and right. Let's see, what have we got here? Some new information. Some new information coming in. Some large hail. Large hail indicated out there across parts of Clay County here, it looks like, as well this afternoon. And some of those storms that I was talking about up toward the north near Campton and Beattyville and that general area, 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with those thunderstorms. So that's pretty impressive by itself. You don't need a tornado in that situation because 70 miles per hour is just very impressive and can do a lot of damage. So keep that in mind. Those straight line winds can be just as deadly and just as dangerous as a tornado at any time. And we're getting a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, it looks like, out of this too. So a lot of lightning. You're getting the full show, it looks like, out there today from Mother Nature, and it's not her best show. It is one of those dangerous shows that she tends to put on from time to time here in the spring. May, a big month for severe weather here in Kentucky, and especially here in southeastern Kentucky over the last several years, been a primary target for some of the most significant stuff we've seen. And right now, dealing with more tornado warnings here in Clay County, Leslie County, and parts of Knox County. Laurel, you're clear. Whitley, you're clear. The warning that I'll show you here will still have you included, but you are in the clear as far as that storm is concerned. It has moved away from you here this evening, and just waiting for the other warnings to kind of go away, because I think they will. I really believe that those warnings are going to go down here very, very soon. Rotation factor just not looking like it's still there. So I think what we're going to do, I got to give my crew in there at least a few minutes to regroup for the news. I think that the situation is still obviously kind of hazardous. We still have some very intense thunderstorms out there. We have them out there, some pretty strong ones, but as far as a tornadic threat, I believe it has diminished greatly within the last, or probably the last 10, 15 minutes. So that's gone down quite a bit. So what we're going to do, guys, if y'all can hear me, let's go ahead and just join the news here. 27 News First for just a few minutes, and then of course we'll be back at 6 o'clock. I'll have the latest information when we kind of regroup here. So we'll just take a few minutes. Still tornado warnings and a lot of active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and a whole slew of flash flood warnings are all out right now for most of eastern Kentucky. But again, I think the tornadic threat out of those warnings for Clay, Leslie, and parts of Knox County, I think it's diminished, and Bell County as well. So we'll get back with you here in about 12 minutes or so, live from our studios here in Hazard. But we'll join 27 News First if they're on, or a commercial break, whatever it is. We'll join them for the moment. We'll be back here in just a little bit.
And now, Sky Alert weather featuring Pinpoint Doppler, eastern and southern Kentucky's most dependable forecast. Sponsored by Community Trust Bank, building communities built on trust.
All right, and welcome back into Mountain News here. We are now following more storms that are moving into parts of Leslie County, Perry County, a couple others, Knott County, for more tornado warnings. Apparently some rotation still exists in some of these thunderstorms. We're going to watch them very closely here. Let's go to our live Pinpoint Doppler radar. We'll check out exactly what's going on within these thunderstorms and the possibility of some tornadoes. Okay, all right, so let's check it out pretty closely here, and you'll see where the warning is going to be situated at. I'll pull data off. Boom, there you go. Just to the south of Hazard is where it's highlighted, and including locations like the city of Hyden. It's getting it from both warnings here, so it's kind of right there hanging in the middle. So the rotation very close to it there. And what sparked this latest tornado warning was, it looked like there was some rotation near Essie. That's about 9 miles southwest of Hyden, I believe. So about 9 miles southwest of Hyden, it looked like there was some rotation. I'm going to try to find that here so we can go a little closer. So you go off toward the southwest of Hyden, and we'll find, hopefully we'll find our community of Essie. I've seen it a few times here on our map. So there it is. There's Essie, and that's where the rotation was indicated by Doppler radar, and now more in a weakened state, looks like. But several counties included with this brand new warning. Locations that could be impacted: Hyden, Vico, Lewis Creek, Ambergy, Amelia. I mean, a lot of locations, Stennett. So all of them right now under the gun. So let me just kind of point out the new warning, give us or give you all the information on the tornado, and then we'll carry right on here with our coverage. So there's your warning till 6:30 tonight. Knott, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry counties. Tornado warnings for all of you. This storm picking up the pace a little bit. It's moving right around 50 miles per hour. So you could be talking about it getting in and out pretty quickly here in the next 30 minutes. So Stennett to Smilax. I'm just going to show you the communities that could be affected. Wooten over there in Leslie County, Viper, Scuddy here in Perry County, Vico, Yolva, you see Leatherwood. We'll go over towards Skyline. And this is over in Letcher County, by the way, over in Letcher County. Skyline, Whitesburg, the actual county seat, Blackie. You've got Sackett, Spider in Knott County. And the roads that you're looking at, there's 160, and Red Fox also included in on this, and there's 15. So some very well-known areas and locations highlighted here with the latest tornado warning, and this is where most of it's going to be occurring at, I think, over the next 30 minutes or so. Manchester, you're in the clear. There's a warning out for you. It's going away at 6 o'clock. And the rotation continues through parts of Leslie County. So that's where your tornado, if it exists, that's where it's at. Again, this was indicated by Doppler radar, rotation on the radar, so they've issued the warning out of that, and that's what you're looking at right there across Leslie County. So there's some rotation inside that thunderstorm that says, hey, we could be seeing a tornado come all the way down to the ground, and then this also goes over toward Perry County as well, coming up eventually here That's on its way over. All right, some things are back up and at 'em now, trying to see some information as it comes in to our station. Okay, nothing significant in my email. Let's see if anybody has seen anything so far over there in Leslie County. Nothing so far. And I haven't seen any new storm report come in from the Weather Service on this particular cell in the last little bit. One coming in from earlier said they saw a funnel cloud in Laurel County. State Police reported funnel cloud 2 miles west, mile marker 62. So that obviously coming from earlier, because there's nothing out there now, but that's one of the cells and one of the reasons we're still dealing with possibility of some of this severe weather, because of those severe thunderstorm warnings and those tornado warnings, and possibly seeing some of the activity that has occurred here this afternoon. And it's something we've already seen this week once. You go back to Monday, Tuesday time frame, and then you come to later on in the week, and we could be dealing with more of the same here. I think by the time this finally wraps up and finishes up across southern and eastern Kentucky, we might have some high creeks and streams. It's just too early to determine that. So far, I haven't seen any significant reports of any damage out of any of this, so that's always some welcome news. A lot of large hail, some strong winds. That has been about the case so far here this afternoon and into this evening. So again, that's what we want to hear. We don't want to hear any major problems out of the weather, but again, it could certainly happen out there right now. You're looking at Leslie and Perry counties. That's the border, and where it's starting to calm down to some degree. Let's pull up some other data here real quick while you all watch that storm with me. I'm going to check some other locations for some data, try to see what kind of storm reports are coming in, and see what's going on from the folks there at the National Weather Service in Jackson, see what they're saying about some of the latest warnings too. So we'll check in with them, and most of the data hasn't been updated in a while, it looks like. But numerous tornado warnings have been issued here this afternoon and to this evening. Severe thunderstorm warnings. It has been a very, very active weather day here in eastern Kentucky, to say the very least. And when it finally calms down, I'll be a very, very happy person here to see if we all get through this without any major issues. And so far, the storm reports haven't been pouring in. That's something that usually doesn't happen. They're already coming in by this point in a severe weather situation. But then again, some people may be waiting to get things back to normal before they start calling or getting on computers. So I don't blame you one bit. I'd sit there and I'd kind of wait on it too as well before I started fooling with Mother Nature, because she can be a tough bird, I'll tell you, sometimes, and that's been the way she's been out there today. The tornado warning itself looking a little bit weaker. You go up toward Magoffin County here, that's going to be a strong cell with it. You've seen all the purple. So that's shot right through the city of Sigersville. That's where a warning was at. A severe thunderstorm warning was issued for that a little earlier. But right now, it seems to be that everything's trying to get a little bit calmer in many locations. It's just a general heavy rainfall, and still not seeing a rotation out of the big storm that we're dealing with here in Perry and Leslie counties. It's crossing now over to Letcher County to produce that heavy rain, but as far as the rotation, it's just, I'm just not seeing it here anymore. Saw it earlier, not seeing it now. But just heavy rain, and some areas of probably some large hail also moving through. Flash flood warnings are going to be going out galore here when that whole push of moisture comes through. So that's something else we'll have to watch here very closely. And when I mean push, I'm talking about this right here, all of that. Let me turn the storm tracks off here for a moment, and I'll highlight it for you so I can show you. All the yellows, basically, that's what I'm talking about here. There are already some out, but when this passes through Magoffin, Johnson, Floyd, all those counties, that's when you'll start to see some of the flash flood warnings start going out for you as well. Not yet, hasn't happened yet, but I highly suspect it will here after that big push of heavy rain gets all the way through those areas too. So severe thunderstorms have been going through, flash flooding possible, tornadic activity has also been high on the list. Waiting to see what's going to happen out of some of these other warnings, if they're going to go down, or what's going to happen within the next little bit. Not as impressed anymore with the Perry County storm. I'm not. It's looking weak and it's looking kind of ragged, so probably going down quite a bit. Now you go over here toward Interstate 75 over into Tennessee, and there's another cell, and if it continues like most of them have all day long, which is due east, I don't think we're in any trouble there for the folks in Bell County or over into Lee County, Virginia. So I think we're going to be okay because those have been traveling basically due east. And I'll just back it up and I'll just check it out right quick here, and that's the trend. It's traveling due east like all the rest of the storms across Kentucky. Okay. Some new warning information coming out. It's strictly severe thunderstorm warning, but it's out of the most significant thing I've seen on radar in the last little bit over here toward Johnson, Martin, Breathitt, Floyd, Magoffin, Morgan, and Pike, all through there. Spots that are just now getting the severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning is nothing to laugh at, it's nothing to sneeze at, it's something to be very concerned about because it'll also produce heavy rain on top of very saturated ground, so we're concerned about flooding. Winds can be in excess of about 60, maybe up to 70 miles per hour, and large hail. So there you go. Severe thunderstorms over there have us concerned as well here this afternoon, and a lot of counties highlighted for this too. So you go from Magoffin to the city of Prestonsburg there in Floyd, just the northern top of Floyd County, to Johnson, to Martin, and the northern parts of Pike County, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning that lasts up until, let me show you the specifics, up until 7 o'clock there for all of those locations. And that, I'll be honest with you, that's the most intense looking cell on radar right now. The one that there's a tornado warning for that runs till 6:30. It's not really knocking me over with its values of rotation or just its severity level anymore. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that here in the next few minutes. It's not as impressive, again, as it once was. And it was very impressive earlier, and funnel clouds were reported out of that when I think when it all started earlier, when it was down in Laurel County, because that's all part of that complex that moved through Laurel and Clay and Leslie and kind of just swept right along the Hal Rogers Parkway, and now just kind of diving there into southern Perry County. So that's where that one's at right now. But so far, one of the biggest things I've seen today, large hail reports, hen egg sized hail. And that's what you'll find right in your own, just think of an egg in your refrigerator. That's basically what to compare it to, golf ball sized, $50 size. So some large hail coming out of some of the storms that have moved through. And if you haven't heard your name county-wise, then the weather has not gotten to significant levels to heighten the threat any. So there's not a warning out for you just yet. But again, if you're just joining us here on Mountain News at 6 o'clock here on this Friday, this stormy Friday afternoon in May, weekend before Mother's Day, we're dealing with the Friday before Mother's Day, we're dealing with severe weather all across our region from one part to the other. And again, May is no stranger to that. So from Magoffin to Pikeville, all the way over toward Prestonsburg, these locations seeing that heavy rain and strong thunderstorms. Now, thunderstorm exiting Magoffin, going over to Johnson, right along 460 and Route 40 there, heading in that general direction for you, with the possibility of a severe thunderstorm moving right through there. You see 40, or as they call it, old 460 over my way where I grew up, 201, and you see US 23. So it'll be interacting with US 23 here in just a little bit, and that's a very, very heavily traveled road. As far as winds, 60 plus miles per hour. The storm itself is moving around 55 miles per hour, so it should be out rather quickly here, moving at that speed and maybe even faster than that from time to time. So overall, the weather situation getting from top to bottom a little bit better, but you're still dealing with some very strong winds. And then you go over toward Pikeville, and they're dealing with some heavy rains right now, so you see them also showing up. So the city of Pikeville, our friends over there, dealing with some pockets of some very, very heavy rain. As far as a severe weather threat, it's missing you due north. You're going to have some thunderstorms, some gusty thunder showers. That's what I prefer to call them. But as far as the thunderstorm activity, it's north of you right now. Tornado warning that was issued for Perry County, Leslie County, Knott County, and also over into Letcher County. I really see that it has weakened a considerable amount here within the last little bit. Okay. It's weakened quite a bit here in just in the last 10 minutes or so. Just heavy rain so far coming out of that for the folks in eastern Kentucky. And if you're looking for mountain news at 6, we bumped it due to severe weather coverage here this afternoon and this evening. We will have all of our news stories coming up here momentarily at 6:30. It looks like we're going to try to roughly start right around then, so that'll give us a little time to go the duration of the tornado warning. And as I say that, a statement comes down from the National Weather Service for western Letcher, central Leslie, southeastern Perry, and southwestern Knott counties. Tornado warning that was in effect, it will expire at 6:30, so the threat for any of that happening has diminished greatly. So welcome news there that we're actually going to get rid of that. Just severe thunderstorm warnings now out for a lot of folks in the Big Sandy region, from McGoffin to Johnson to Martin to Floyd and Pike counties, all with severe thunderstorm warnings, those lasting up until 7 o'clock. And even those storms look like they aren't as strong as they have been earlier on here this afternoon. I'll quickly go over the warnings, and then I'm going to go over some other stuff for you. And then we'll cut away now that I see that everything's going to try to get on the calm side. We'll try to cut away for it. So we'll go through all the information here that we have for you with the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place, and those that are still active and will likely run their course. Johnson County, Floyd County, parts of Breathitt, McGoffin, Martin, Morgan, and Pike, all until 7 o'clock here tonight. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Not as strong as some of the other cells I've seen, but it'll certainly produce some strong gusty winds, maybe some large hail, and some heavy rain. That's going to be the big threat. So again, there's your area for severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, here's what's going to get us, because a lot of us are going to be under what I'm going to show you next. And it's not going to be the tornado warning. I'll go ahead and take the tornado warning down. What we're going to see will be flash flood warnings across a big chunk of eastern Kentucky. So let me pull the severe thunderstorm warnings down, show you who's under a flash flood warning now, because there is a lot to show you here with this. So boom, there you go. Several counties, let me give you a different variation of it. There you go. Several counties under flash flood warnings, from Pulaski to Perry, up to Rowan, down to Harlan. I mean, all over the place, because we've had this heavy rain. Maybe some of these folks over here in the Big Sandy will also get in on that too. As soon as that rain kind of works its magic on that location, they may join the crowd on that. All right, now check this out too. I'm going to take the flash flood warnings down and show you this. Tornado watch posted. However, it's set to go through midnight. Probably going to go away maybe the next hour or so, because the threat for that tornadic activity has greatly diminished here since they initially issued the watch for the area. So that's gone down quite a bit. So there's some of the other things that we're dealing with. And finally, one more thing, bouncing all over the place with the watch and warning information. There's also a flash flood watch. That's the watch right there that's in effect through noon tomorrow. Maybe some more rain coming during the day tomorrow, so chances for showers and storms will also be out there. Now, I highlighted Clay, it was the closest one to me, but everybody under the flash flood watch until noontime on your Saturday. And again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for you folks over there in the Big Sandy for Johnson, Floyd, Martin, McGoffin, parts of Pike counties here on this Friday afternoon. And what we're going to do now, folks, is we're going to cut away here for just a little bit. We do have, of course, Mountain News at 6. We're going to bump the CBS Evening News here. We're going to bring you your local news coming up here in just a few minutes. A lot of great stories from around the region, and if we have any information on any storm damage, of course, we'll pass that along to you here as well. And if you've got some, please feel free to email it to us. You can email it directly to me at simple weather@wymtnews.com, or you can just use my name. Either way, get it to us and get that information, and we can maybe get a crew out to check out maybe your situation, if it's significant out there anywhere across southern or eastern Kentucky. If you've got photos, please feel free to share those as well. All right, we'll be right back here in just a moment.
Voted Best Newscast in Kentucky by the Associated Press 2 years in a row. Mountain News at 6 starts now.
Severe storms move across the mountains tonight, leading to several tornado warnings. Good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Hensley.
And I'm Marie Luby. We do not have any reports of major damage so far from this round of storms, but most of the viewing area is under a tornado watch until midnight. Chief Meteorologist Jim Caldwell has been on the air much of the afternoon, keeping you updated, and joins us now with the latest. Jim?
And the good news is, guys, so far we haven't received any significant reports of any damage anywhere across southern Kentucky, where we had several tornado warnings starting with McCreary County all the way through Bell County. And then we had another one that started in Laurel County and then ended right here in parts of Perry County as far as the warning was concerned. Storm weakened along the way, so that's some welcome news. And we had a lot of large hail and some reports of significant wind, but so far, again, no damage. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully that'll be the case as people start getting out after the rain and starting to lighten up to some degree. Let's check our live pinpoint Doppler here, where showers and storms continue. And we do still have a couple of active warnings. And just as we say that, by the way, I turn over here and turn around to the computer coming down at 6:30 on the dot. We've got a storm report out of Syersville, or near Syersville, tree down over there on Highway 1888. It's blocking both sides of the highway on Highway 1888, coming from law enforcement over there from the Syersville, looks like, over there in McGoffin County. And there's good reason. They had a good storm move through there here moments ago. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and a lot of heavy rain too. So flash flooding is a great concern too as we go through the rest of the evening and into the overnight. So the current situation is like this. You got severe thunderstorm warnings posted for you folks in Johnson County, Breathitt, parts of Breathitt, Floyd, McGoffin, Martin, Morgan, and the northern parts of Pike County. And for the most part, that weather situation is getting a little bit better too, because it's just now on the side of some heavy rain instead of getting the full-blown 50, 60 mile per hour winds that we were seeing a little bit earlier. So some weakening has also happened even through that storm area as well. I'm going to continue to monitor this weather situation. Now, when I come back with the full forecast, I'll show you all of the flash flood warnings, the tornado watch that is running through midnight tonight, and I'll have a whole lot more coming up here in just a little bit, guys.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. We'll get back to you as needed. Well, now this is round two. This morning storms knocked down power lines and trees across eastern Kentucky.
That's right. Perry County was one of the hardest hit areas this morning, and a state of emergency was declared just before noon. WYMT's Dara Reese joins us now with more on the damage. Dara?
Stephen, Marie, it was a busy day for many in Perry County as trees and debris had to be cleared from roads and even homes. Judge Executive Denny Ray Noble says the National Guard is on standby in case they are needed. Officials say much of southern Perry County was without power following the morning storm, and the damage could be seen just about everywhere.
We heard about the wind. People started calling about the trees down. We've got a lot of trees down on homes, trailers, cars.
People say some trees fell like dominoes at the height of the storm, tearing down power lines and damaging several homes, like this one in the Jeff community.
I was trying to get my vehicles inside the garage, and the garage ended up not being the safest place to be no way.
A tree fell into the garage and destroyed this car. Robert Ashworth says his wife was headed inside when he heard the tree falling and told her to run.
I told her, you need to go in the house and get to the other side of the house and get close to an outside wall and stay there.
She only made it to these stairs before the tree crashed down.
Really, she's lucky it didn't really hurt her or kill her. It just missed her 4 or 5 foot.
With more storms on the way, Ashworth has his eye on 2 more trees, now leaning after the morning storm.
If it comes down, it's going to come right in my living room.
With help from the county, Ashworth is now repairing about 8 holes in his roof before the next storm rolls through.
We'll be working as long as it takes to get the roads clear. Looks like people's going to be without power for a while.
Noble says FEMA officials are assessing the damage. And tonight at 11, we will have a lot more on the storm damage in other areas of Perry County, including video of a tree that fell on a car driving down Highway 451.
Dara, thank you very much. Lots of damage this morning. Hopefully this afternoon's storms will not produce the same amount of damage. Well, the cleanup continues tonight in Owsley County after flooding damage earlier in the week. Officials say roads and bridges there need $500,000 worth of repairs. They say they are concerned about tonight's storms interfering with the cleanup process.
But we're trying to get every possible drain pipe opened up and new drainage in, or anything we can do that would lessen the burden if we do get hit another hard lead.
A state of emergency was declared for the county. Officials estimate repairs will take nearly 2 months to complete.
They say they had to escape from their own home when the hillside above them literally came crashing into their living room. Heavy rains caused mud and rock to give way and fall down on the McCreary County home. Now the couple says they don't know where they are going to live. WYMT's Phil Pendleton explains.
George and Portia Grundy have lived here on Journeys Inn Road for 26 years, but several days of soaking rain gave them a nightmare they will never forget.
We heard a noise and then a loud boom.
Then everything went dark.
I said, that mountain is coming down on us. Like, we got to hurry and get out of here.
The boulders that held up Grundy Road smashed into the home and sent the Grundy's possessions flying.
And then everything just fell on me, and there was a shade lamp on a end table here, and that shade lamp exploded.
George Grundy suffered a severe gash to the head.
I thought it was the end.
His wife Portia rescued him from falling debris and rushed him to the hospital, where he had 20 staples put in his head and 14 in his leg.
Most frightening thing I've ever gone through.
The Grundys tell me that unfortunately they do not have any insurance, but they say they are fortunate just to have the one thing that money can't replace. Had they been in the bathroom or in bed, they know they would not have survived.
And the bed was in here. And if I'd been in bed, I'd have had that big rock for a bed buddy.
Grundy Road remains closed. The Grundys say there could be more danger here.
This room moved for 10 minutes. The dirt kept pushing it.
Yeah, it was still moving when we was trying to
It's
get out.
probably 10 or 15 feet over this way farther.
Water can still be heard running down the hill, and with more rain in the forecast, they wonder if more landslides could happen. In McCreary County, Phil Pendleton, WYMT Mountain News.
A McCreary County road official says Grundy Road may have to be relocated because of the massive amount of damage done to it.
While most people woke up to some rumbling outside from the storm, some in parts of southeastern Kentucky may have felt some rumbling underneath their feet. Officials with the U.S. Geological Survey say a small earthquake, registering at just more than 2 on the Richter scale, happened near Barberville in Knox County around 4 o'clock this morning. Emergency officials say there was no damage from the quake.
A car spins sideways into the path of a school bus, hurting 6 people and leaving 2 of them with life-threatening injuries. A 13-year-old boy had to be cut out of the car with the jaws of life. We have exclusive video of the scene from Knott County. The wet pavement may be to blame for a school bus hitting the passenger side of this car on Highway 550.
We're thinking maybe that it hydroplaned and turned sideways.
Everything in the world goes through your mind when you see something like that, especially when they're young and involved.
13-year-old Joseph Short's principal at Heineman Elementary tells us he was flown out in critical condition. Police say the driver, 27-year-old Jonathan Feltner, also had life-threatening injuries. Joseph's older brother James and the 3 people on the bus were not seriously hurt.
It's just something that we dread hearing, and we hope we don't hear. And I know that all of us that's in this business feel the same way.
Knott County school officials say they are praying for everyone's full recovery. At last check, Jonathan Feltner was in serious condition at Cabell Huntington Hospital. Officials there so far have no update on Joseph Short's condition. An Ohio man accused of murder is in jail in Letcher County. Police say they arrested 50-year-old Timothy Tyree of Sandusky, Ohio, in the Dry Fork community Thursday. Tyree is accused of murdering an Erie County, Ohio woman and dumping her at a wildlife area. An Ohio County grand jury indicted Tyree on the charges today. He will remain in the Letcher County Jail until officials can take him back to Ohio.
4 young Hazard men accused of kidnapping and various sex-related charges plead not guilty. Police say Brett Combs, Jared Fields, Philip Riddle, and Ora Walker lured a 16-year-old to an apartment, performed sex acts on him, and forced the boy to do the same to them. 4 separate trial dates are now set between November and January. The 4 remain in the Kentucky River Regional Jail.
More Mountain News at 6, straight ahead.
And now, Sky Alert weather featuring Pinpoint Doppler, eastern and southern Kentucky's most dependable forecast. Sponsored by Community Trust Bank, building communities built on trust.
It has been quite an active afternoon and well into the evening hours as well. Numerous showers and thunderstorms have moved across eastern Kentucky, producing severe weather. And it's still the same thing right now. Live Pinpoint Doppler radar shows showers and even some thunderstorms. Still ongoing out there, stretching from the Big Sandy all the way back out toward Somerset, London, and into Manchester. Let's bounce you around a little bit with our live Doppler, and we'll show you who's got what going on over here. Over toward the folks in the Big Sandy, still have a severe thunderstorm warning up for about 12 minutes, it looks like, for Floyd, Johnson, Magoffin, Martin, and Morgan counties. And this goes up until 7 o'clock. Breathitt in on that as well. Of course, they're in on it for a couple of reasons. There's a different cell trying to move through. And then you go out here to parts of Jackson County and also into Clay County, where we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for those folks too until 7:15 for the Clay, Jackson, and Owsley. So more severe weather moving through that part of our region. Now we'll bounce around again and we'll show you everything all together. Numerous flash flood warnings now in effect. Look at the list until 7:30. So you've got again about 30-40 minutes on these from all the way up to Bath County to Wolfe County, everywhere in between. So all of them highlighted here in green, included now on the flash flood warning status, and that includes us here in Perry County, Breathitt, also over toward Clay. None of the counties in the Big Sandy, though, yet. And then look at this. Tornado warnings galore going out across parts of Tennessee, and that's where it's going to stay because these storms have been just moving due east all day long. So as far as getting that significant threat for more of those storms here, I think that's gone down, at least from there. All of these storms just moving from west to east here this afternoon. Now, let me show you some other stuff that we've got going on. There's still a flash flood watch in effect for eastern Kentucky, it looks like, all the way through tomorrow, and that lasts till right around noon. There's also a tornado watch set to go through midnight tonight, by the way, for several counties, but I do suspect here in the next couple of hours that won't be allowed to expire. So flash flood watch, that's going to be kind of the bigger one because it lasts so long, from tonight until 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So noontime tomorrow we'll be dealing possibly with more heavy rains trying to move through as we've got some more energy that's also positioned out to our west. Satellite radar composite, one wave goes through causing some problems this morning. Then more showers and storms, part of that big cluster, kind of pressed through here in the last couple of hours, giving us yet another chance. So 3-day forecast, we're at 73 degrees coming up. Well, I'll tell you what, I must have got behind so intense that this forecast is the one from this morning when I did Mountain News this morning. However, I can give it to you right off the top of my head. We've got daytime highs coming up in the 70s tomorrow, around 77. I upped it a little bit. Chance for more showers and storms, the flash flood watch. Let's check our mountain calendar out now. And what we have on our calendar, we're talking more Relay for Life stuff here. And what we're talking about specifically is the Leslie County High School track team. We're having a, looks like they're going to be having some games and contests throughout the night. All right, and that'll be going on May 22nd. Just I never did see what it said, what they were doing, so I was just kind of confused. But
you've been staring at the radar too long.
Yeah, you look red and green, both of you do right now. But a couple more warnings looks like throughout the next little bit.
And it sounds like hopefully that we've dodged a bullet sort of this afternoon. It doesn't sound like we have any major damage so far.
So far, haven't seen any pictures or anything. Please send them to us. We certainly want to share them with everybody.
We do want to mention this, though. This is from the Perry County Sheriff's Department. Westbound of the Hal Rogers Parkway is shut down right now at exit 56 due to a power pole that's broken and the lines are hanging low. That's Hal Rogers Parkway at exit 56 here in Perry County. The westbound lane shut down right now.
That's just one of the few things we've actually seen here today, you know,
that's
luckily.
Right. All right, thank you very much, Jim. And Jeff Archer's in next with some big UK basketball news.
With another little round of strong and severe thunderstorms that have moved through parts of southeastern Kentucky, sparking some more big-time warnings out of a couple of areas here. And as it should be, we do have a tornado watch that runs until midnight. Let me show you who exactly is under the gun now for potential with the tornadoes out there this evening with this go-round of severe weather. Now, I'll pull radar data down for just a moment. That's all it'll take, just a moment, so we can kind of see where we're talking. And there's a whole slew of counties here that are included on the tornado warning, from Rockcastle to Jackson up to Astle. You've got Lee and Owsley, all of those included on your tornado warning. Now, specifically in these areas, now it coincides right with another severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a little earlier for the same area. This kind of ups the ante a little bit because they saw some rotation on radar. It was never seen on the ground by anybody so far, so it hasn't been seen. So we'll watch to see what happens with this one, but we'll get you up to date, and as we always do, we'll stay right here with you. It goes out until 8:15. We'll stay with you up until 8:15 here this evening. Here's the latest information. Let me pop up some specifics on it. We've got tornado warning until 8:15 for Jackson, Lee, Owsley, Rockcastle, and Estill counties. All of those locations highlighted with our tornado warning here. Severe thunderstorms are also out there too in a couple other locations. We'll get to those here in just a moment, but right now we'll talk more specifically about the activity we're seeing here with the tornadic storm, possibly a tornadic storm there in parts of Jackson County now, because Rockcastle, you're already out of the woods because the moisture and the storm itself out of there. Now we're just watching for another wave to come rotating through your neck of the woods as you watch the live Doppler go around, and of course scan the atmosphere for the latest. Let me zoom in a little tighter so we can see some of the specific communities that are being affected. It's just to the north of McKee right now where the significant stuff is. Kirby Knob, you get community of Brazil, and you go up toward Heisel, and a little closer here, there's Sand Gap. And this looks kind of odd here. See how the little arch is? Looks kind of odd to me. So maybe getting in on some action there, some high winds coming in, coming out. So let me see exactly the positioning that sparked the tornado warning, where it was located at. And near Morrill. No, we've got to find that location to be specific. But that's always an interesting sight to kind of see that. And sometimes that's just the way the rain starts to fall from the storm, but not the case right now. It's now updated with the live sweep, so kind of changing the landscape a little bit on what's going on with our storm. This is one of many tornado warnings that we've had throughout the day today. So just continuously, just keeps going and going and going and going until finally I think the weather pattern is going to settle down some here in the coming hours. But a fast mover. It's already moved quite a bit since I just started tracking it here a little while ago. New severe thunderstorm warnings also posted for me right here in Hazard in Perry County. And the last one kind of missed us. We had some strong thunderstorm activity out of it, but as far as the significant part of the storm, we missed that. So now what we've got is another storm rotating through here that gives us a chance of showers and thunderstorms and a storm that possibly produces a tornado. All right, now finally I get the data to go. We'll get the data up and we'll get you up to date on this other warning too, the one that I personally will be dealing with here. And I'm I have a bad feeling maybe run into some power glitches. Happens all the time when you start talking about these storms right here on top of us. And that's where this one's at. I'll pull radar data down, and there you see it. Almost some of the same areas in southern parts of the county that were highlighted earlier with a tornado warning there too. So here's what you got. You got Knott, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry with a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 this evening. So about 40 minutes left on that, right at it at least. So we'll watch this one pretty closely too. Winds may be in excess of about 60 miles per hour. But the reason we cut back in and got right back on the air, this severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado across Rockcastle, Jackson, Lee, and Owsley counties, and Estill looks like it's crossing over there some. Sometimes that can be just the way the warnings are issued, but there's a specific information going out to 8:15, and the bulk of this right now sitting on top of you folks there in Jackson County, north of McKee, but that's where the rotating part of the storm appeared to have been there to issue the warning a little while ago. So it's going to continue moving off toward the east, it looks like, at around 35 to 40 miles per hour. So it's got a decent little speed compared to some of the other ones. The other ones were creeping at 30, 35. This one up to 40, maybe even up to 45. So that's what we're watching. Lee, Owsley, Jackson counties specifically right now for the most significant part of this severe thunderstorm, where the rotation could be at and where we could be talking about tornadic activity. Again, this is a day that the severe weather just keeps on coming. I'll just tell you, need a little break. We're not going to get one for a little while because more storms are out there, and they're going to continue to barrel down right on top of the folks across eastern Kentucky, I think, at least for another couple of hours. So our tornado watch, that may be a good idea to keep it out for just up until midnight. I don't think it'll go that long as far as the outbreak is concerned. This is a little small outbreak of severe weather, but I do think that that certainly will hold all of the, or it certainly fits perfectly well. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to read too many things here at once, but it'll certainly fit for our needs here this evening. There's what I'm looking for, that red cylinder at our storm track, and it's going to give us some very crucial information when I highlight the right thing. It is, and we'll see some more specific things, like how many people could be affected, where it's going. You can see some of the communities, and some of these get kind of far out too. You have to remember that they get kind of far out from where the storm's currently located at here. So there you have it. 100% chance, by the way, of severe hail, and we had some of the storms earlier today that were just amazing with some of the hail. We're also getting a significant rotation out of the storm here in Perry County too. Some decent rotation trying to show up on radar. That's what the marker's trying to suggest. So we'll watch that pretty close too. It's actually the rotation, according to the radar here, this particular software set saying there could be some over there in Leslie County right now, which would be the second of such nature today. Must be large hail coming down here, guys. That is certainly large hail. Won't somebody run out there and see how big that is? I can only hear it on the rooftop. Just walk to the back door there. Tell me how big that is here in Hazard. So if you've got some, bring it to me. We'll throw it up here on the air. Okay, but it's some really large stuff. Sorry, I don't mean to just break away for a moment, but there's some big hail. You can hear it right on the rooftop here, and I've got a very high roof, and you can really hear it coming down. Man, that's some interesting stuff right there. Anyway, back to what we've got going on. Some significant stuff moving through Hazard. Then we've got the stuff moving through northern parts of Jackson County, producing possibly a tornado over there. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning here. That's about all we've got right now, but large hail involved in that. Fellas, how big is it?
Feet of marble.
About feet of marble. Sounds a lot louder on this roof, I'll tell you. I was afraid for my car there for a second. Afraid for my car out there. Sounded a lot bigger, but saying maybe pea-sized. So there you go. Some sounds a lot worse than it is, and that's the case all day long. You've got some. You brought it in here to me, so I at least want to see it. Okay, good. Yeah, about pea-sized hail coming down here in Hazard right now, but you can obviously, now that you're in the studio, you can hear why I'm talking like that. It sounds outrageous. Boom, boom, boom. Almost sounded like the golf ball-sized hail coming down. Anyway, all right, back to what's going on out there in the world of weather. Sometimes you get caught up in it. When you're here in the studio, you can't get to go outside and check and look at things, which I don't encourage that, by the way. I honestly don't, but we're in a pretty well-protected facility here. So if anything bad were to happen, we'd all, of course, go straight to the basement here and get out of the line of fire. Back to our severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado there in Jackson County. Again, moving off toward the east at around 45 miles per hour now. So it's got a decent little speed on it as it continues to pull. And let's go ahead and, whenever you go back in there, Kev, let's throw that camera up. We're looking at an outside cam, and you can see some of the hail. There we go. He's got it up. This is outside right now, and every once in a while you can see some of the large hail passing by the camera lens. It's kind of hard to see right now, but there have been a couple of large instances there where you saw some decent-sized hail. And of course, as we show this camera, it starts to get quiet here too. But some decent-sized hail coming down. What I had in my hand a moment ago would remind you of a pea, so not a significant size, but it was certainly coming down, and it had a heck of a sound to it, I'll tell you, here on the rooftop. Back to the radar, the live pinpoint Doppler. And we're looking at the storm over there in Jackson County where the tornado warning is in effect, and it's working with several different people here, a lot of them highlighted with our severe thunderstorm warning. I'm transferring a call in there to you guys for the directors. So there you go, see what those folks needed. Let me zoom in a little tighter here with the Jackson County possible tornado here. A little closer here, Foxtown, Wind Cave. All of them. North of McKee right now, but sometimes you get into the southern part of that, and that's right where some of the circulation is generally at. So it kind of gives me a little concern for the folks over there. Just anybody in the path need to really take the necessary precautions in order to stay safe. In any type of situation you want to find yourself a low point in your home. The basement, if you've got one, that is perfect. That is the best location to get in. And if you don't have a basement, the bottom floor of your house, sit tight right there, and that's where you can stay about as safe as anywhere else. If you only have a one-story home, right there, stay maybe into a centralized room, maybe in the hallway, maybe in the maybe you've got a bathroom or a closet in the hallway. Perfect place to be. Great location. Wrap yourself up with some blankets, some pillows, whatever the case may be. This keeps you safe, just adds extra protection to your old body and your shell, and that's what you want to try to protect here in that situation, and that's what you folks over there in Jackson County need to do here within the next little bit, because you do have that tornado warning that's out for 16 more minutes coming up with this severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. So there you have it for Jackson County right now. That's where it's at. And it moves off toward the east at around 50. So anybody over there in parts of Lee or Owsley counties, you're also under the gun, because those characteristics aren't going away really fast here, it doesn't look like. We go back down to the one that we're dealing with here in Perry County, and it's crossing over. Some of it's crossing over into sections of Knott County now. But Vico, you're going to be under the gun here in just a few minutes. It's trying to basically follow along 15 is what some of it's doing, and then the other part is just kind of out in the county and out into the country. But right there along the main highway too, it's drifting in that general direction, and the rain really coming down now. We had the hail a moment ago, but now we're just dealing with the heavy rain here in Hazard. You can see right there on screen what I'm talking about, and some hail, I believe, maybe mixed in with that too. So there you can see the sheets of rain. Let me stand up for just a second, guys. Let me walk over to where I can see the TV just a little bit better. You can see it there coming down in sheets, heavy stuff. Occasionally seeing a little piece of hail here or there, probably embedded in the overall system. So heavy rain right here in the city of Hazard. So there you go. And they've just upgraded. They've just upgraded. All right, let's go back to radar. They've just changed their mind, as I was afraid that may be the case, because that thing, that symbol, that signature kept showing up right there. We now have a tornado warning here too for the city of Hazard, down to Vico, to Blackie, down there in Letcher County. We're now under a tornado warning. That's one of the reasons I kept going back to this storm. It had just those characteristics. So now, tornado warning in effect for the folks here in Hazard, Vico, Blackie, Letcher County, and parts of Knott County. Tornado warning in effect for all of these locations. Some of the specific information coming in, and I've always got to see why it was issued. And they were seeing the same thing I was with the rotation. They haven't seen anybody that specifically saw that. Possibly producing a tornado near Hazard, okay, or near Hazard, moving east at around 45 miles per hour. So if we go by this indicator here, this one that I'm looking at, that shows us that the tornado is pretty close to us right here in particular. I've been watching that little icon for the last little bit. So this is the newest warning, tornado warning, and that's one that comes and hits home for you because it's right here on top of me. Knott, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry counties all under the gun with a tornado warning until 8:30 here tonight. So that puts us out another 28 minutes or so with the possibility of a tornado here in the area. Kind of got calm outside there for a moment. All right, so new tornado warning out for the folks right here in Perry County, Knott County, and down into Letcher County. So this covering, again, several counties are all included in on this. Really? So possible rotation to the clouds. One of our backup weather guys and weather enthusiast, Brandon Robinson, seeing some rotation perhaps in the clouds himself here close to the station. And again, let me show you where I'm at. I am right here. Let me just kind of mark that with a little indicator and show you where I'm at in relation to where some of the most significant weather is around here. So let me just pull up a little marker here, locator. There we go. So I'm right here. This is where I'm at, sitting in that general area. The heaviest of the rain trying to now work its way away from me. But you look off toward the south and toward the west, and then you look off toward the east, and that's where the really bad stuff is, from Glomar to Lothair. All of those locations now under the gun. Again, on the front porch. Well, I heard something about the front porch. Let me put my IFB in, guys. Power's starting to glitch here at the station, so if there's something going on, please let me know. And we'll try to all get into a safe place. Do what now? I can hear you, yeah. What's going on? Okay, he said something about the front porch. So we checking that out? All right, check that out. Check that out, see what's going on here. And we may need to go downstairs. Okay, I'm gonna wait and let the folks check our situation out as the power glitches here in the studio continuously back and forth, back and forth. And I don't know how long in this situation, if there's something that close to us, I don't know how long I'll be with you due to the fact that power may go out, period, to all of us around here. So we'll watch this pretty closely. A lot of the significant stuff, though, folks, has gotten away from us here in Hazard. That's one thing. It's kind of gotten away from us. But as I've said so many times on here, sometimes as it starts to go down, as it starts to lose its energy, that's when some of the development happens, and you can see something to that effect. And hearing some of the folks here at the station saying they're going to check something out outside, so maybe they'll come have some information for me directly here for what's going on here at the station around WYMT here in Hazard. Again, I can't see it myself, and maybe they're trying to get a camera set up. I'm not sure what's going on. So it's one of those situations where it's all last minute when we start dealing with this. All right, but nonetheless, nothing to get too excited about or too worried about, because we've still got to bring you what's going on and how it's going to affect you. That's the most important thing. That's why I sit here and do this, and we try to pass the information on to you to keep you and your family safe, and that's what we're going to do. So don't worry about that. We'll stay right here with you as long as we possibly can until we put our own lives in danger. We'll have to seek shelter if it is pertinent. All right. Yes, sir. Rotation. Nothing so far. Seeing some clouds rotating here. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting word from them inside our master control studios. Looked like maybe some rotation to the clouds. So, and he's going to send me a picture, and I'll try to get that to where I can look at it too, so I can see what it looks like. Okay. All right, so we're going to get a picture of that, and I want to try to look over it. He's going to, I imagine, email it to me, so, or bring it out here himself. All right, but still have tornado warning in effect here, but I didn't forget about you folks over there in Jackson County and the folks in Lee and Owsley County, because listen, you've got a dangerous situation just like the rest of us do here, and the signature is still there for a possible tornado over there in the eastern sections of Jackson County, coming right out of McKee, going over into mainly Owsley County, where the projected path looks like it's going to be headed, but it's there, and there are some of the locations that could be affected. Now again, you got to remember, a lot of these go pretty far out down the timeline, so, and they're just updated a little bit, so it goes a little bit further out on the timeline. So some of the locations are even as far over as Perry County, because I'm seeing some in Perry County right now. But that's what we're dealing with over there with the Jackson County, what I'm going to just refer to as the Jackson County warning, even though it's getting ready to leave that area. But rotation certainly indicated a little while ago within this severe thunderstorm. Let me go closer to it so you can see who's being affected directly now. Who is being affected now? Okay, I'll check that out here in just a moment. All right, but you're up here in parts of Owsley County, crossing the border, headed over toward Boonville, Sturgeon, and Elias. And Neil Milton just sending me a picture, our news director, sending me a picture. And so I'm going to investigate it here just really, really quick. Really quick. And yeah, interesting sight there. Does seem to be some rotation in the clouds. Hard to tell completely though, but right over the Black Gold Plaza area here, or generally right around it. So a lot of active weather going on here this evening, my friends, from Jackson County to Owsley County, all the way down to right here in Perry County and good old Hazard. So let me bounce you back over to that section. What had happened, what indicated again on Doppler radar was there was rotation, possible tornado near Jeff, near the Jeff area. I used to live there myself, so near Jeff there was a little rotation in the atmosphere that suggested there may be a tornado. So here's Jeff right there, and that came out. They issued that, and we're seeing that right around 8:06, so we're at 8:09. So again, you notice here the weather's not that intense as far as the radar appearance. Sometimes that's the way it goes. It'll come down. If there's one there, it'll come down around that time period, okay, as it kind of goes down and looks like it's going to go to its weakest state possible. Brandon, I'm going to have to change batteries. I'm going to put the other microphone on. I'm going to put the backup weather microphone on, and I'm going to throw it on here, guys, and then I'll change batteries in this wireless. But, all right, here we go. There we go. Okay, so good shape now. Back to the other mic. When you've been on the air since 4 o'clock, almost solid, I guess it gets like that. The battery starts to get a little bit weaker. But I'll just keep this hard line on for the duration, which should be about another 30 minutes or so. Okay, as we've tried to regroup here and watch the significant weather come barreling right on down the pike. It just continues to hit us from every direction now, going over toward Knott County and to other parts of Perry County. Now, it was here in Hazard. It has been over in a couple of other locations too, and now they've issued another tornado warning for the other storm, what I was referring to as the Jackson County tornado, they have now issued a new warning for it, extending it out even further, which again includes the city of Hazard and several other counties in between. So it starts even in Breathitt County. So let's back out here on our radar and see exactly where the new warning is going to be at. And because they just issued this, it's a new one. It's for Breathitt, Clay, Jackson, several counties included in on it. So I'll pull the data down so we can see it. There you go. Kind of the same track going all the way across Owsley County, down into Perry County. Another tornado warning issued, and that pushes us out to 8:45 on that warning. And this is for far northwestern sections of Perry County, out towards Saul, near Buckhorn, and that general area. You go up here into southern western sections of Breathitt County, you've got that too. And then you go over toward Owsley County, covered up with this new tornado warning. And again, this is all Doppler radar indicated, nothing confirmed on the ground. So that's always, at least gives you a little glimmer of hope that maybe we won't be dealing with the most significant side of all of this. So I'm going to pull up, guys, on the other computer here. I am going to pull up some severe weather safety tips and show them for a moment while we talk about this. Okay. Let's see where they're at. I'll pull them up here and we'll get those up for all the folks at home so they can see them and they can try to follow them. So we'll have to use both computers here. So when I get those pulled up, we'll throw them up just as soon as possible, my friends. As soon as possible. Here we go. All right. I've got them up, and if you can route the other computer there, Bob, that'd be wonderful. And we'll throw up the tips. There they are, severe thunderstorm tips, and this is tornadic tips too. Seek shelter inside. Find something like a sturdy piece of furniture, and what I mean by that is a sturdy piece of furniture could be maybe a good desk, a good table, something you can get under, and it'll provide some protection from anything falling on top of you. Then you go over and you stay away from windows. Stay completely away from them and stay off of phones. And obviously during this system, this type of storm, a lot of lightning, you want to also avoid any type of water that you can possibly avoid because you can also be electrocuted. So a lot of things happening out there here this afternoon and this evening. Let's check, let's go back to the Doppler, guys, and we'll show them the warnings again, just what's highlighted, and we'll show them the radar. And there you can see it, boom, boom. The other storm that's moving into Knott County starting to weaken some, so you folks in Letcher County kind of dodging a bullet there with the significant part of that storm because it's started to head into a different direction, but you've still got the signatures showing up that rotation is embedded within this storm. So that again leads me to think that we might have some big issues out of that particular storm down there. So we still got a strong one moving through parts of Knott County here. It's clearing out of the folks here in Perry County, clearing out, but you've got the other cell that's going to be coming right behind it. It's almost like a train, and one car goes over, here comes another because it's back to back right now. And you go over toward Boonville, that's where we have some of the action, toward Sturgeon, Eversole, the city of Boonville, Vincent, some other locations being affected, Island City. One of the storm spotters is over there, a really good storm spotter. So hopefully he'll be sharing some information very soon with the folks, the Weather Service, and with us here at WYMT. And we'll kind of get that information out and relay it to you and see exactly what he's seeing from directly on the ground, because when you're on the ground, it's a whole lot better than even sitting here with this radar because you can see it a whole lot better that way. Okay? This is a great technology, but there's nothing better than seeing it right with your own two eyes. So Owsley County, you are under the gun here for the next little bit. The warning takes us all the way out, like I said, until 8:45 p.m. I don't think you'll see that at 8:45, but the rest of us very well could, like in Breathitt or the folks over in Lee County seeing some of it. I don't think it'll be that long for you either, but Owsley, Perry, Leslie, all of us here, we could see it for just a little while longer. I'll back the view up just a little more and show you where it's headed, and I think I'll actually put a storm track on this for you. It's moving at around 45 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour. So we'll take it from this general area, and I'll just take it out over the next 30 minutes. Show you where it's likely going to be at. It's showing up at 50. That's all right. That'll work, though. And gives us an extra minute or two for a warning. All right, Taft, Cow Creek, Lucky Fork, and then, of course, the Buckhorn State Resort Park. You can see that, Buckhorn Lake State Resort Park, right around 8:32. And that's that general area where I was talking about earlier up in the northwestern corner of Perry County that could be under the gun when that storm comes rolling through. And again, 1-2 storms right back to back, generally going through the same sections. Generally going through those same sections. Now, what's coming in here? We've got just more information there. Nothing, again, nobody on the ground has confirmed that there is a tornado. So let's keep our fingers crossed on that one. Hopefully that this will pan out to where it's not of that type of magnitude where we have to deal with that. Again, several counties under the gun right now for the potential of severe weather producing tornadoes. Right now, one of the most significant areas, other than the other storm I showed you, we've got over in Knott County, southern parts of Knott County, going 15 goes right through here. You go through Perry, then you go back through Knott, and then you go into Letcher, and right through there, seeing a decent amount of the strong stuff trying to come flying through there. Let me back our view up one more time. You can see there's Pippa Passes, and Pippa Passes right there in that general area. Oh, my cursor went away again. Let me grab it. Pippa Passes right over here in this general location too, so where we just had it, and I'll show you again. Of course, Pippa Passes, most well known for, of course, Alice Lloyd College over there, and there's Brinkley, Hindman, Spider, and you go over toward parts of Letcher County, Sackett, and there's the community of Democrat. All of this coming your way, it looks like, generally over the last little bit. It's been trending that way. It was more due southeast, but now it's kind of shifted its pattern a little bit, and it's pulling more southeast, or more toward the east-southeast, I should say. So that's where that one's headed. It looks like now, and looking, okay, just going through email here, guys. Just trying to see. Just trying to read some of the information that I'm getting sent to me right now. Let me check this one. I'd have to see that animated. Okay, all right. But we've got our significant storm moving through the folks in Knott County, all right? Possible tornado there. It has weakened to some degree, but again, as I mentioned a couple of times today, as it goes down, starts to weaken, sometimes that's one of the most significant points during the whole formation, because it'll kind of throw you off and get you that way. And it just kind of throws even us off when we're trying to track these storms, because the development's still there, and it can kind of throw that storm out and throw that tornado right out of it as well. Getting some pictures now sent in, and that's a hazard cell phone number, I can tell you that right now, and seeing some trees down. I don't see exactly where it came from, but if you're listening right now, I don't want to call your phone number out over the air, but if you're listening right now, you just send an email here to, did you send that directly to me? You send it directly to me. Let me know where you're at here in Hazard, and we'll try to get that up for you and talk about that a little bit later. But again, trees down here, I believe around the Hazard area, just judging by the cell phone number, it's sent via cell phone, emailed through the cell phone straight to me here. So, and that Hazard number it is, so probably somewhere close. All right, Boonville, you're under the gun, as I've mentioned a couple of times here, with the possible tornado trying to just move through your area, and it's moving south and east. So the folks over there in Buckhorn Lake State Resort Park, also under the gun here over the last, or they will be in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. So we need to be prepared for that. Let me show you what this storm has done over the last little bit. I need to go back in time here, and I need to see what it has done. So I'm going to go back in time, and I need to watch the trend. Watch the trend so we can see what's happening. There it is. You see it right here earlier in Jackson County. Now we'll go into the future a little bit more, and there it is in parts of Owsley County. So right there, traveling due east, and then it starts to pull more southeast. So there you go. So that explains the new track path, putting it toward the southeast. And the general trend all day long has been due east. This one now pulling more toward the south and east, with that strong thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. Falling apart over here in southern Knott County and parts of Letcher County is another tornado warning that was issued a little earlier. It's still a strong storm. I'm not going to discredit that at all. It is really, really good as far as producing some significant hail and strong winds associated with it. So that is still a good call there. So it's moving through Knott County and Letcher County. The formation, maybe that rotation, is just not as evident now. There's still some showing up, as I see with this marker. Again, you got to watch some of those markers sometimes, and sometimes they can get a little overactive. But today, I think they've been really dead on. They've handled this situation very well. So there you have it, with that thunderstorm in Knott County and Letcher County. And just to peel the data down so you can see it, it's almost out of the warning area. Again, I'll quickly bring it up. Warning, there's your data, there's the radar data, and the warning is right here. So it's about to pull out of what is considered the warning. So something's going to happen here within the next few minutes, whether it's a new severe thunderstorm warning or whatever the case may be. Something's going to happen here from the Weather Service on how they issue this, to see which way they're going to go with it, whether they call it a severe thunderstorm or they see the weakening trend too, and they don't issue anything else for it, which something probably needs to go out for it, because it's still a pretty strong thunderstorm. You go over here to Owsley County, that's the one we're waiting on. Latest frame or two of data coming in, trying to push it into Breathitt, and that's part of its track, it looks like. So the folks over there in Breathitt County and locations like Talbot, Morris Fork, Wolf Cole, you need to be ready, because this severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado is coming your way. It is coming your way within the next little bit. And of course, there's Buckhorn again here in Perry County. It's on its way, drifting in that general direction. So Lucky Fork also getting hit pretty hard too. And then there's Morris Fork. Lucky, not feeling lucky right now with the significant type of weather we've got bearing down on it, with possible tornado rotating right around you. That's the way it looks, at least. It was near the latest data that came in, suggested that it could be near South Fork. So I see South Fork, and that came in at, what time was that? It's around 8:20. So the rotation was right there at last check. Last check, what keeps the warnings alive. That's what I'm trying to go by. What they are trying to say is keeping the warning alive. So we'll go check and see what's going on at the moment. So now we've still got quite a bit of area here, most of Owsley County, it looks like, before we can get into the clear. Starting to break up over your heads there in South Fork, but some of the rotation somewhere in this general area here from Ricetown to Arnett. Now, is this a new tornado warning here? I believe it is. Yes, it is. We have another one just issued from another storm that coming out of Madison County for Powell, Breathitt, Lee, and Wolfe counties, completely in a different area. This is in a different area altogether. So Estill County will be the first place, just out of our coverage area, but nonetheless, it's going to come through there, looks like, and try to go through the northern parts of Lee County, then over to Powell County, then into Wolfe County. So another significant storm getting fired up and moving that general direction. So off toward the due east. Again, this has been the trend all day. The due east factor comes into play here. So we'll watch that a little closer coming up here when these storms start to fall apart, and when it gets more so into our coverage area where our penetration is a little bit better on some of the cable and, of course, over the air with picking up with the antenna. Go over to Knott County again, weakening a little bit more, it looks like. It's still showing rotation according to some of the algorithms the computer looks for, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's just a very strong thunderstorm now with very, very intense winds coming out of it and some significant hail. Certainly a possibility when you factor in everything together. It's also probably directly associated with it too. And I can probably get the estimated hail size to come up, so we'll do that real quick so we can see how large the hail. Penny sized at best, so there you go. Strong winds coming out of this one, and you're also dealing with possibility of some decent sized hail, penny sized hail. Still a lot of ice falling from the sky. Getting a picture coming in here too. Let's see. Got some pictures coming in from Melissa Gray here. Says, took these pics a few minutes ago here in Hazard near the Wabaco community, and some good lightning. Ran her back in the house, she says, from Melissa Gray. And Melissa will, I'll try. It's hard for me to get them on the air right now, but I'll try to get them on for 11. Looks like some pretty intense stuff. And of course, we've got one from Neil Middleton, news director here at WYMT, who took pictures of possible cloud rotation out front. Now, they got to see it a little better than I did because they got to see it live and in person. So I didn't get to see all of that, but they got to see whether or not it was rotating or not, and that was a little while ago. We're on a completely different storm now in a completely different part of the weather world. We're down in parts of Knott and Letcher County now. So showers and thunderstorms continue to move right through that area, and the tornado warning still out, and it's set to go till 8:30. I'm sitting at 8:27 at this moment, so likely go away. It's possible. I think the tornado part will go away. They might keep a severe thunderstorm warning out for that as it continues to move off toward the south and toward the east, and more, like I said earlier, more east southeast. It's still got that southern draw to it. But right now it's got more of that easterly turn, which is really kind of pushing it along. Let's go up here and check out this one again, because it's trying to get into Breathitt County and Perry County up toward Buckhorn, and pretty significant up there as well. Hail sizes coming out of this. Let's get the hail estimates, and we'll probably get some other data too, but the hail estimates for this particular storm. Let me turn off the storm tracker real quick and get the hail estimate. Hail estimate quarter-sized hail, which is, of course, enough to call it a severe thunderstorm. It's also got some rotation in it, so, hey, that also adds to it, too, because that calls it a tornado or a possible tornado and issues a warning just for that. I'm checking more email here and some other things, some Twitter. Checking Twitter out, too. No direct messages here, guys. If you all have any information or anything coming up, you let me know and just see if you see anything, because I'm having a hard time looking through all of this at the same time, especially trying to watch this storm. That will expire, by the way, for the folks over in Knott County and Letcher County. That tornado warning is going away. It's going to start to slide away, and it doesn't look like right now. Let me back out and make sure. That doesn't look like they've issued anything else for it at this point, so they're just keeping it as just a strong thunderstorm. So if you're over there in Jenkins or in southern parts of Pike County, hello, here comes a storm, and it's a pretty strong one, and possibly producing tornadoes or a tornado earlier in parts of Perry County and maybe even in parts of Knott County. But some pictures of possible rotation coming in from some of our very own right here at the station. And they actually got to go out and look at it. It was really close to us here in Hazard, almost right off our front porch, by about a couple of 100 yards, and then you look straight up and there it was. Let me get some water. All right. Right now, still looking at this one for Owsley County and Perry County and Breathitt County. That's where our tornado warning is at. And they've just extended. Did they extend that, or is that the time on it? I don't think I looked at the time earlier. I'll have to look now. All right, that's 9 o'clock. All right, for not much of Breathitt at all, but it's showing it up here. But Lee and Wolf and Powell specifically, tornado warning in effect for you all too. You've got a little time to prepare because it is still pretty far out there. It's still right now crossing through the city of Irvin and Estill County. So you folks there in Wolf County and Lee County, you've got time to prepare for this thunderstorm that possibly can be producing a tornado. So right now, if you're in Greeley or Mount Olive, or you live right along 11 or right along 52, right now it's time to get into your safe spot. And guys, as I say that, let's throw up, let me pull them up. Let's throw up these safety tips as I say that and get these people prepared in Lee and Wolf counties. Let's get them right in the current location. They're the good location to be. Get to a basement, lowest point of your home. And when we say the lowest point of your home, maybe the bottom floor of your house. And again, the basement's the best place to be, but if you don't have it, bottom floor. So if you've got a 2-story house, you want to be on the first floor, get in the middle of your house, an interior hallway or room. Stay away from windows. You want to stay away from windows because we all know how easily penetrated they are with whether it be the kid's baseball or a football or a rock. We know how easily they are broken. Just imagine projectiles flying through the air at 50, 60 miles per hour. That's even worse. So you want to stay away from those at all costs. So again, if you're over here in northern parts of Lee County going into Wolf County too, City of Campton, Rogers, High Falls, Granny, Vortex there in Wolf County, you want to take shelter immediately. Follow the steps you see or you did see there on the screen, whether it be to go to a basement, the lowest point of your home. Follow those steps. That's why I put them up there for you so you could know them and you would start to take the right precaution to keep you and your family safe. Because listen, there's only one you. Your house can be restored. There's only one you though, so you want to try to get as safe as possible. Right now, bearing down on Buckhorn, where the tornado warning was at, this one was set to go all the way out to 8:45, I believe. Yeah, 8:45. So it's still out there, and I'm sitting at 8:32 here, still with some rotation possibly showing up. Let me throw my storm track up. Still suggesting there could be at least some here in the storm that's now in Perry County and Breathitt County. And it's got the decent signature too. It's got that red signature, which is a little more overwhelming, or more of a tornadic signature, so to speak. It's what it's called. It's called a tornadic vortex signature, TVS. So it's still showing up right there within the storm. So that's one we've got to be concerned about, no doubt about it. So Buckhorn along 28. If you know somebody that's up there maybe for the weekend at the State Resort Park, hey, you may want to give them a quick shout and say there may be a tornado right there on top of you. You may want to take shelter as quickly as possible. I don't know what I encourage cell phone use at this point, but I'm not sure what how well any phone gets out on some of the roads up through there, because it gets kind of rural before you get back out toward the park. So however you can get a hold of these people. And again, the reason I encourage cell phone usage during a storm like this, or any storm like this, is because you're not directly connected to the wall or a cord that runs into the wall that runs outside, which kind of ups your chance of being struck by lightning. If you don't have anything connected to the outside world and to some tall objects, of course the phone lines outside and the poles, then the odds go down to some degree if you get hit by lightning because you're on a cell phone. Well, there's no reason. You're not getting hit because you're on the cell phone. You just got hit by lightning. There's no reason that it hit you in particular unless you were the tallest object around. But as far as it being directly related to the phone, has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with that if you're using a cell phone. You can be damaged, you can have worse injuries with having a phone or an iPod on your body, because it's going to release a little more of an electrical charge. But as far as it attracting lightning, that is not what happens. That is one of those false rumors you hear, almost like the rubber on the tires protecting you from lightning in a storm. It's not the rubber of your tires. It is the metal frame inside your car that reroutes the lightning to the ground, which eventually goes through your tires. It's not the rubber, it's the metal frame inside your car. So anyway, just a couple little safety tips that I would teach in Jim's weather class. We're still seeing the signature though over here. And what road is the signature showing up on? That showing nickel-sized hail too. That road over there, that is 2022. So 2022, seeing it as well. And still seeing pea-sized, nickel-sized hail, all possibilities out of that storm over there that's moving in northern parts of Perry County. Some new information coming out on this one. And still nobody actually seeing it. So again, that's some very welcome news. I've got to go check on the other one because it should be on the way, trying to cross the border into Lee County and getting close. It's getting close to coming along. 52 there, guys, in Lee County. You folks over there, storm almost following it. It's going to be more due east, but that's the first road I could see. So the northeastern corner especially, or northwestern, excuse me, northwestern corner of Lee County, you're getting ready to get hit pretty hard with a very strong thunderstorm. I haven't seen any storm reports coming in from Estill County so far, but this looks like a pretty intense storm, and some of the hail that's indicated from this storm, I mean, it was pretty significant. I'll just tell you, there's some significant hail associated with at least the data. Hen egg-sized hail, okay? So just, again, think of a hen's egg, an egg you would have probably in your refrigerator, something very close to that at least. So that's how large some of the hail is out of this storm moving now into Lee County. Still not there, but if you're in Lee County and you hear my voice, I'm telling you everything I'm telling you to keep you safe and ahead of this storm, because we've got a little leeway here. We've got some time to get you into a safe location in Lee County and Wolfe County. Get into a safe spot if at all possible. Basement, lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room. And, of course, stay away from windows. So all of those things come into play at this moment in time. I'm going to check some email while we watch that storm, and I'm going to check our Twitter account, see what kind of information is coming in through it. And I know our Neil Middleton is talking to several people from across eastern Kentucky, trying to chat back and forth with them, trying to see what's going on, and we're assessing some of the damage in other locations. And now starting to see some more email. All right, let's see. Power out in Vico. Power out in Vico. So there's a direct message via Twitter coming to me. So there is some power outage down there. And let's see, some folks over there in Pike County, it says, I believe that says Teresa maybe, wants to know where the storm is at in Pike County. And I don't think we have a storm in Pike County right now. Let me look. Yeah, well, I guess we don't have one of the significant storms, one of the warnings. We don't have a warning over there in Pike County just yet. But you've got a strong one in the south, and you've got some also popping up. But we just got another extension on one of our warnings here. Let me go back to the tornado warning itself. Keeping it alive, or extending it, so to speak. This one here in Perry County. Let me pull off the hail data. That looks a little confusing for you folks at home, I'm sure. Now again, another cell coming right toward us here in the city of Hazard. Another one, and through parts of Perry County. This is the same cell I was talking about up there in Buckhorn, up toward the Buckhorn Lake State Resort Park area, and then over toward Saul and those communities. It's now headed toward us here again in the city of Hazard. So some of the locations along the way will be, well, I'll go a little closer to it here so we can see. And like places like Yerkes, you've got Manuel, you've got Gaze Creek. Of course, that's, then you get over into Leslie County, there's Confluence. All of these locations through here are now under the gun with that possible tornado warning. And still Doppler radar is showing it, and it was showing it a little while ago over there toward Buckhorn. So tornado warning in place, extended actually through the next little bit here, through 9 o'clock 9 o'clock, tornado warning extended. Now we're sitting here at 8:40. This was set to go to 8:45. The old warning goes out at 8:45, I suspect. The new warning, of course, kind of supersedes it, takes over, and runs on out the rest of the course here up until 9 o'clock for parts of Perry County, north of Hazard. And a few other counties will be included in on this. So getting another chance at the most significant weather. This also goes to parts of Leslie and over into parts of Knott. Primarily, though, really messing with the folks here in Perry County. So that's where we've got our tornado warning, the newest one. This one going out, you're in the clear, Owsley County. My friends over there, everything looking a little bit better for you. Just some pockets of some heavier rain. And I believe that after this final rotation works through, we're going to calm down, but it's just taken forever for all of it to get out of here. So again, folks here in Hazard, get into your basement, get into whatever safe location you can possibly get into, because here comes another round, and we're going to let's try to watch it on that cam too, guys. I know it's getting kind of late, probably dark out almost. Of course, we've got those big lights. But let's try to watch that cam too out back, because that storm will be here in just a few minutes. Moving at a decent little pace here. So we'll watch for that to come by here. And then in Lee County, you too, you folks over there, strong thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado in the northern parts of the county. I'll highlight you too as well. Fixer, I'm going to call that Zoe, okay? And there's 11. Some other locations included will be some of the roads like Cave Fork Road. If you know any of these, you know somebody that may be out on them, let them know what's going on, because this is not a pretty weather day at all. It's a terrible weather day. Schumacher Ridge Road, Gabbard Drive, what's this? That's Hell for Certain Road. Hell for Certain Road all the way up there, huh? I know there's a Hell for Certain over there in Leslie County. I've never seen a Hell for Certain Road there in Lee County. I'll tell you, you learn new things all the time. So there's the Hell for Certain Road in Lee County. Now let me kind of back us up a little bit, and you see those locations and all those roads: Greeley, Fixer, Zoe, 11. This other road is traveling on, and I believe that we've got, I believe that's, there's 11, that's 52, I think. Yeah, that's 52. So 52 also included in on that. So let me clear some of those place names off. You've got that going on in Lee County. We'll come back down here and see where it's at, headed through parts of Perry County. And here comes the great ball of fire, so to speak. That's what it looks like here on radar. Bright colors, explosive. It's coming right dead toward us. Okay, so just depending on the exact location of the rotation of where the tornado could be at, if there is a tornado still inside it, it could be right upon us here very, very soon. Now, sometimes when you see these little extensions, it makes me often wonder what's going on. Maybe it's trying to rotate, but right now I'm not going to go with anything just yet. Not anything just yet. Keep your emails coming, folks. Certainly appreciate them, and some of the information trying to gather from Twitter. And if you don't know what in the world I'm talking about, you can go to our web channel, WYMTnews.com, and you'll find out what I'm talking about. There's a link to Twitter, and you can find me, and you can find many of us, and we can kind of, I haven't had the ability to chat with you right now, but we can, on a normal weather day, go back and have some fun. But today, it'd be greatly appreciated if you gave us information through that website, through our web channel, and kind of back and forth. So if you've got it, and it's all clear, I don't encourage you to touch the computer right now or walk outside and take a picture if it's dangerous out there. Please don't. I don't want you to do that. But if you can get one aftermath or from a great distance, those are always great. But don't put your life in danger for a silly old picture because I keep asking for them. Because I'll tell you, I mentioned this earlier, there's nobody quite like you, there's nobody quite like me, and that's just the way it goes. We can't replace good people, and I'm not a good person, but I'm sure you are. Here we go. Let's watch the rest of the storm. Starting to see the heaviest of the rain getting into Hazard. I'm starting to hear some of it with this particular cell moving through Perry County. Tornado warning in effect for us. The rotation trying to show up in this general area, according to, again, the algorithm on my computer, right over there where you see the little highlighted cylinder. The little highlighted cylinder in parts of Leslie County right now. And there's also the tornado warning is active for those folks over there as well. So let's see the specifics on what it says. Avawam, you've got Daly, Big Rock, Gander, all kinds of locations here well within the path, and the possibility of severe hail is pretty high, it looks like. And the probability of just hail, period, is also very high, talking at 100%. 100% chance of at least hail coming out of this overall system. So right now, just getting prepared for whatever we may see. Seeing some lightning out back, guys, or anything on that camera? Yeah, let's see it. A little bit of lightning. Okay, let's. Right now, we're just looking out back here at our studio. Only thing that I've seen so far since I started watching it about 10 seconds ago has been just the light show that we're getting, and that's going to be pretty common anywhere you look across eastern Kentucky with one of these storms, because there are a lot of storms and a lot of lightning associated with these storms today. That's not always the case. Sometimes you can get just some strong gusty winds out of these, but right now seeing the full effect of Mother Nature and what she has to bring toward us, the lightning, the thunder, the hail, the winds, it's all coming right now. And it's not even here yet, by the way. It's just barely getting into where I'm located. Let's go back to our Doppler. And we'll focus our attention back on that as I spill my water. Let me go a little bit closer into this cell for the folks in Hazard. Walkertown, Glomar, Viper, Scuddy, Vico, Avawam, all of these locations, seek shelter as immediately, as soon as you possibly can. Get there, because this is coming down the pike, and it's going to try to bring some pretty strong winds in with it. So if you can get to a safe location, I encourage you to do so as quickly as possible, because this one has the possibility of producing a tornado right here. Again, this is second or third, I think this is the third tornado warning for, third or fourth actually, for Perry County today. And this is the second one that's coming through Hazard within the last hour that could possibly produce a tornado. So again, let me just kind of give you all an idea of where I'm at right now. I've got to get my marker up here, and I'll show you in relation to the overall system here. I'm right here. Let me find a different color. I'm right here, okay? This is where I'm at, and I'll back out and then just kind of give you a locator of where we're at. And the bulk of this is still north of where I am, north and west, and if it skirts us, I'm just going to be out here where the heaviest rain is, and that's what I'm hoping for, so we can stay on the air with you, and we won't see any direct blow from this significant storm possibly producing a tornado as it moves through Leslie County, south of Confluence now, as it moves through these areas here over the next half hour or so. There's Dry Hill, some other locations and other roads. There's State Highway 257. There's Grassy Branch Road. You got Fork and Mouth Branch Road, Beach Oak Road, Krypton Tool House Road. So all of these over into Leslie County. A couple of them have actually gone back over into Perry County. And then right here you see Avawam also showing up on our map. A whole bunch of folks following me now on Twitter, it looks like, and I certainly appreciate you all following us. And make sure you follow the rest of the crew here. They're going to be passing along some information as well as all of this severe weather continues to wind down. And here comes the heavy rain. What's that camera look like now? All right, you can kind of see, you can see some of the heavy waves of rain here. This again, our back lot camera backlot camera. I'm not seeing any hail mixed in with that. And again, we're on just solid rain right now. Yeah, I'm kind of on the outside of the outskirts of the significant part of the city. I got to remember that. I'm kind of over here. The worst is over toward Typo and over in parts of Leslie County. So I showed you where I was at and showed you where in relation to this big storm that is moving through Perry County. And again, the reason we're focusing so much on it is possible tornado embedded within this thunderstorm somewhere. So we're going to have to really pay close attention to it. And if you get any hints that something bad is about to go on, you feel like, or you see something, you want to get into your safe spot right now. I encourage you to already be there, especially if you're in Viper or Glomar, or let's see some of the other locations in between. There's going to be plenty, I'm sure. You've got Glomar, you've got Lothair, Browns Fork, all of these locations, and sometimes the communities won't plot all over the place. There's Big Creek Road. There's, I'm going to call that Minier Road. That's what I'm going to try. Wolf Branch Road. Get into a safe location right now. Right now. Don't wait if you're on any of these roads, because it is headed right for you right now, coming right to your house, okay? Possible tornado is out there, and you need to be as safe as you possibly can. There you see Wooten, too, as we cross back over across to parts of Leslie County. So that's what you've got, folks, over there in Leslie County, too. It's barely skipping you. It's kind of like it is me here at the station, guys. It's just swinging right past me as far as the most significant part of it. We're still getting some very heavy rain, and I'm hearing all kinds of lightning. Or I'm not hearing the lightning, I'm hearing the thunder. And we were seeing it a little while ago. And just raining pretty hard. Again, just see all that in the parking lot. Nothing major at the station right now, but in other parts of Perry County, just kind of getting hit hard with some of the most significant parts of this weather. So we jump back over here on my computer as we watch this one. I want to see what if we've got any other storm reports coming in from any folks. Okay, nothing so far, nothing coming my way. So again, this is wonderful. This is wonderful that we're not getting any bad reports. So hopefully that's the way it'll stay. And this weather situation, as it starts to lighten up, hopefully when folks can get out and check out things, they'll be okay then too. All right, I'm going to step away from this warning for just a moment, go check on the other one up here in Lee County as it's moving through the northern parts of the county, right across the most northern tip, as a matter of fact, and it's going to cross over through parts of Powell and then into Wolf here within the next few minutes. So if you're in Wolf County and you can hear my voice or see this map right now, and you live in Pine Ridge, city of Campton, the county seat over there, pass it all the time when you head along the Mountain Parkway, or you go through along 15. You want to try to get into a safe location. High Falls, Vortex, these are all places I mentioned earlier, trying to give you all plenty of leeway. That's what all this storm coverage is about, trying to give you time to get to a safe location. Sometimes we have to go down the street, or sometimes we have to go a mile or two down the road to get to somebody's house that has a basement. We used to do all the time growing up as a kid in McGoffin County. We'd go to my grandmother's. So that's what we did back then. So I know what the situations can be like. And giving yourselves a little time here with me giving you the storm information, that's what I'm trying to do, is keep you ahead of the storm and keep you as safe as I possibly can with the information that I have. And got a tree down pick here from Neil Middleton. So all kinds of stuff kind of filtering in. And that was, where's this at? Big Creek, Avalon area. This was earlier today. This was earlier, not tonight, where they're getting hit again. So the earlier tree down in near the exit 56 area earlier today. I'm getting a picture of that. And again, I'm going to try to get all these together for the news. If this ever slows down, I get time to do it. We're going to certainly try to get on the ball with that. Strongest storms right now in mainly in Lee County, crossing into Wolf, and then of course right back here close to the city of Hazard. I'm on the outskirts of the storm, and I'm not in a very normal area where the tornado would develop at either. I am in a pretty, I'll just tell you, I'm in a very heavy rain-filled area at this moment. with some significant rainfall just absolutely coming down on top of the station here in Hazard. Second wave directly affecting me since I've been on the air this last go around. Really a lot of water out there? Yeah, a lot of water trying to add up in the parking lot, and you can kind of see some of it running off the roof there too, can't you? Yeah. So this is a picture, again, live picture, as live as it gets, folks, right here at WYMT TV here in Hazard. And you can see the rain pouring down. And again, we're not on the most significant part of the cell. We're not that significant side of it. It's down, I think, more toward the south and west of where I'm located at here. We're just kind of getting skirted here with some heavy rain and some strong gusty winds that are currently overhead. And I suspect you go away from where I'm at, and there's going to be some large hail that comes into play, as well as obviously the heavy rain. It just come down in sheets there, man. It is really, really coming down pretty hard there. That is something else, I'll tell you, just to watch that rain come down. It was all driven by the wind, and you can see it just wave after wave after wave. And it's been like that. Quarter-sized hail over at Browns Fork, and they said some trees down too, Kev, is that what you said? And trees down over there near Browns Fork. We mentioned that location a minute ago, and quarter-sized hail coming in from over toward the Browns Fork area too, and that's about where I thought we were dealing with some of the most significant parts of this weather. So bearing down right now be there in Viper. It's already at Glomar, so get into your safe locations, my friends. Scuddy, Vico, you folks down there in Vico watching this, you need to be in your safe location, because it's going to be a tough one as it goes through here. Again, here at the station, kind of avoiding the worst part of the cell, but as it starts to turn, some metamorphosis will try to take place, and so some of the most significant weather may try to change around a little bit. But there's plenty of the bright colors that you see, and when you see those really bright purples and pinks, that's indicative of some large hail, usually large hail and very intense rainfall. Okay, so it's right there at Glomar now and Viper. Starting to get some glitches in power here at the station. So let me check something out here. Are you getting them too? Signal interference too. We're even losing one of our satellites, getting turned around by the wind right now. As we receive the signal from CBS, the high definition signal, it's kind of getting turned around. One of our big satellites out here, so losing some of the high def signal because of some of the wind. And again, I want to remind you, we're in one of the lighter parts of the storm. Most of it now working its way into Viper, down towards Jeff and Scuddy and Vico here, through different parts of Perry County. And our own Brandon Robson, who's been checking some things out here, says it's sideways rains. We were looking there with the webcam, or not the webcam, the parking lot cam a moment ago, saying it's coming down in sheets sideways. So all driven by the heavy rain here and the strong winds as well. And folks over in Pike County also now sending some messages my way via email. There's not an active warning out for you all right now, but you've got some heavy rain spread throughout the county, and you've got some of the same stuff we've got here in Perry and Knott that's on the way for you. But at this moment in time, just dealing with some general moderate to occasionally heavy rainfall. But what you need to do is go ahead and kind of get prepared for some decent thunder showers, some decent thunderstorms. As a matter of fact, they're coming your way here within the next, I want to call it an hour or so. So you'll have another chance to experience, unfortunately, what we're experiencing over here, which is the power glitches and the possibility of the strong and severe weather. Two cells we're really focused on right now are in Lee and Wolfe counties. That's where it's working its way to, looks like now. So you got this cell And you got this cell that we're watching very closely because both of them have had characteristics of rotation. And rotation meaning that there's a possibility of a tornado trying to come out of the storm and affect some of the locations that you're seeing right here in parts of southeastern Kentucky. Now starting to see plenty of emails coming in from you folks. We certainly appreciate that. All right, now what we got? New warning now out? Or is this just an update? All right, let me check this out. Close you out. All right, getting a lot of information clogging the system here, as you can imagine, here today with some of the severe storms that we are getting. A lot of data coming in just left and right here at WYMT, so we're trying to review everything possibly can. I try to share anything as it comes down with you. Okay, so right as it comes down, I try to shoot it out. Questions coming in from parts of Perry County asking if tornadoes are possible, and it does seem to be the case. I'm going to transfer this call to the director. So whoever, guys, if you can get that and see what they say. Tornadoes are possible here in Perry County right now in different locations. So just keep that in mind. It is a possibility we could be dealing with that. Due to all the heavy rain, not the significant storm activity, but due to the heavy rain, Likens Creek over in Pike County is flooding. So we had flash flooding over there. So that's something to also be concerned with, because remember, the #1 weather-related killer in the United States is still flooding despite everything else. It is still flooding despite the severe weather and tornadic activity. It is still going to be weather, so keep that in mind. So flash flooding ongoing in some locations over there in Pike County. And this is a tornado warning. Okay, here we go. We've extended our warning even further. Coming out now, the storm that I have been talking about that's passing through Hazard at this moment is now extended down into more of Knott County and on over into Letcher County, and also over to parts of Harlan County, just the northern tip there as you get over there toward some of the locations like Partridge and some other spots there along 119. So over there in Letcher County and Harlan County, right along the border, you've got the tornado warning now in effect, and that goes up until 9:30, and I guess we'll stay right here with you until then. What we got here? This is Bowman over in Pike County. Hurricane Creek, or Hurricane, I believe they pronounce it Hurricane over there. It's flooding and
leaving its banks.
Leaving its banks, and that came in just about 3 minutes ago, didn't it? Or about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. And then Highway 80 at Pigeon Roost Road flooded, trees and rocks blocking the road there and making it impassable right now. And again, that's the highway at Pigeon Roost Road. Okay, flood and trees, rocks blocking the road. So you've got the full Monty there. Elkhorn City, heavy rain around 9 o'clock. So they're getting hit with heavy rain in Pike County. They're getting significant storms right here in Perry and heading on over into Letcher. Let's examine this a little closer here. And now, this just coming in from Lee County, Beattyville, Highway 52 is flooded and closed. So if you all can hear me back there in the newsroom, that's something to check on, I guess. See where it's closed at, and if we can find out exactly where it's closed at, we'll try to talk about that and highlight that here with our storm coverage. So Highway 52 in Lee County now closed due to the fact that they've had this significant amount of rain over and over again. And also, we're dealing with the possibility of a tornado just leaving the area. So let's regroup a little bit. Let's get some information out to you folks. And here we go with, I'm going to put up the storm tips here, guys. And if you could throw this on the other computer, they're on the other computer. If you could reroute to the weather computer itself and throw those up, we'll show the safety tips so these folks can possibly stay as safe as possible. So severe weather tips like getting to a basement or the lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room. And what we mean by that, if you've got a hallway that kind of splits the middle of your house, that's where you want to be at. Maybe in a closet or maybe a bathroom, whatever it may be in that hallway. You want to get away from the outside world. So you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as you possibly can. And sometimes that's hard to do. But you can do it by finding a centralized location on the bottom floor of your house, or you get into your basement. Basement is where I prefer, but if you don't have that, and I don't have it here in Hazard where I live, so I feel your pain, so I don't have that type of shelter, but I've got a place picked out if I ever get caught at home and not over here when a severe weather situation breaks out. Stay away from windows, so easily damaged, and when they're easily damaged, that means you can have some type of projectile come flying through it, no problem, lickety-split, wouldn't have any issue in the world, okay? Now back to our radar, you guys, and we can bounce around and show you what the latest information is. I'm going to go check on this storm up here in Campton because it's now right there on top of them, and I believe they've downgraded it. They have, just to a severe thunderstorm warning, but Highway 52, this is Highway 52 right here, and then you've got Highway 11 right here. So near Beattyville, Highway 52 completely closed, according to the report we just got a few minutes ago. Now back to our tornado warning, which now includes parts of Letcher County, Harlan County, and of course more of Perry County here as it rolls right on in to Letcher County. So here you see it. So far, I have yet to see a report come in that someone's actually spotted it. Of course, it's getting late at night now, so trying to spot one is like trying to find a needle in the haystack, because I just don't encourage it, especially at night. Stay inside. Don't worry about it. You just keep yourself as safe as you possibly can, because that's all that really matters here. I wouldn't be on here drinking all this water and talking about all this weather if we didn't care. So that's why we're here, to keep you safe. So don't worry about pictures or anything at this moment. You just keep your family safe for the time being, okay? After this passes, you may have to get out and take those pictures for unfortunate reasons anyway. For insurance purposes, of course. Blackie to Sackett to Van and Skyline, you've got all these communities that are under the gun, and over toward Democrat too. All of these locations right over there in Letcher County, and including the city of Whitesburg, the county seat. So you're looking at some cities here, incorporated cities along the way, Vico, over towards Blackie to Whitesburg. All of these locations now under the gun for the potential of that possible tornado. If you're listening to me in Whitesburg right now, and I hope you are, right now's the time to go through with all those safety tips I mentioned a few minutes ago. Get to a basement, lowest point of your home. Go there right now. Make yourself as safe as you possibly can. And there you see the tips again. Make yourself as safe as you possibly can. Wrap yourself up with a blanket, maybe a pillow, whatever you have handy to add a little extra protection to your body, and add something to the shell. You got anything?
Scattered reports of flooding in Breathitt County.
Scattered reports now coming in of flooding over in Breathitt County, and to be expected with all the rain we've had here lately. The ground's very saturated. Numerous flash flood warnings have been issued throughout this whole ordeal, and I'm talking back to earlier today when we started the storm coverage at about 10 minutes after 4. We had 2 waves go through. We had the early morning wave when I was here with Mountain News this morning. Then we had the second wave come through around that time. And I guess you'd call it 2.5, because this has been another doozy itself altogether. So maybe 3 full waves, and we're on number 3 right now, and it's not showing sign of weakening just yet. I'm leading you with the storm right now. I'm trying to stay out in front of it from Kings Creek today, all over the place, trying to keep you up to date on what is going on with our strong storm possibly producing a tornado there in parts of Perry County. That's right here where I'm sitting, and it passed right over us a little while ago. It skirted us, I believe. If there was any significant anything go on, it skirted us because we were just on the heavy rain side. So from Blackie over to Van, Sackett, Skyline, hold on, because it's headed your way. There's a community of Partridge close to the line, and then you see Lynch and Cumberland pretty close to it as well. And I don't think you're even going to be affected. I think it's got its sights set on one specific path, and it's going to stay right along that here as we go into the next 30 minutes or so. That warning going out Let me give you the specifics on it. It's going to cross the top of the screen, but I'll give them to you too. This one going out until 9:30. We're sitting at 9:09. And that's for parts of Knott, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry, and missing most of Knott with the worst part of it, I believe, that just kind of fell along the path. So there are your counties that are highlighted. I'm going back to the email here to see what we've got, if any new messages coming in, to see what people are seeing and what people are saying. And again, I don't encourage it. I don't encourage you to get out in it, but if you see something or hear of something, please let us know. Heavy rain, strong winds, blinding lightning in Upper Second Creek, and moving to a safe location. That's coming from somebody right here in Perry County as well. So good idea. That's a great idea. Got a question from over in Pike County, and this says, WYMT, what could be the estimate time range where Pikeville will be having the moderate storm cells? I'll tell you, folks over there in Pikeville and Pike County, I don't know that you will have to deal with what some of these other folks have had to deal with in the last couple of hours. I believe you are going to be dealing with more of the heavy rain threat as opposed to the significant thunderstorms that we've been seeing. You may have a strong thunder shower or two, but as far as one of these moderate to strong storm cells, to address your question directly, I don't think that's going to be the big issue for you all. Nothing like that. It's just going to be more of the heavy rain factor and maybe a good thunderstorm or two, but nothing on the side of severe. What we got here?
Garner Community, Knott County.
Okay, power.
Power. Hold on. Let me get my phone out so we can see here.
Power just going out here. Lights going out, but I think the folks they can still hear me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can still hear me even though my lights are out. All right, good.
1697. Okay. Looks like more isolated flooding, Knott County, around the Garner community.
Garner, over there in Knott County Junction, 1697, high water, water coming off out of everywhere, quote, out of everywhere, runoff, flooding from some of the culverts over there too. So that's over in Knott County. And one of the many things I'm afraid, my friends, we're going to be dealing with here tonight will be flooding and, of course, what happens from some of this storm activity that we have been seeing. All right, a couple more things we've got here. Laurel County. I got some information here from Laurel County. They're
clear.
All clear right now. All clear. And say they could be hearing some thunder. You may be hearing thunder from a storm that's pretty far away right now, guys, over there. So that may be what you're dealing with. From it was Nicole Gibson. Okay, we're trying to, all right, now right. Not County Garner. Yeah. So that's the only ones right now. Okay, so we're waiting on that digital to come back up too, which will put us back out everywhere, right? Okay. But the folks over in Knott County can hear us right now, and let me just pass this along to you again. Knott County, Garner, Junction 1697, high winds, water coming out of, quote, everywhere. Is that what cable we're on right here? Is that why I'm still seeing it? Okay. 1697, high winds, water coming out of everywhere. Okay. Yeah, and it's all over the place. And what I'm seeing here in the studio, that cable system, right? That's why I'm still seeing myself, right? Okay, good deal. All right. So those folks over there, okay, so those folks over there can't see us. So hopefully we'll be back up and at them here pretty soon. All right. Let's check this out. Power is now out. Not Perry County line. Not Perry County line. Power is out over there. This is sent in from Corey Terry. So sent in, well, just an email sent there. And we'll continue to follow this. Bad lightning also in Knott County. A viewer says that from over there in, a viewer on Twitter. I need to check Twitter too here, so I'm bouncing around again. and as we try to get up there. They've lost reception over there in Wallens and Harlan County, and apparently right now waiting on digital signal to come back up, and only a few people can see us right now. Only a few people can see us in Knott County. All right, are we back up? All right, we're back up completely now. The digital signal back up. Kudos to our man in there, Kevin C. Hill, longtime veteran here at WYMT, been here longer than the building has, and I mean that. And he's then they're getting us back up to you all. So Kentucky Kim there on Twitter, we're back up with you, honey. We're right here live again as we continue to push out all this information. Bobby Thorpe, Breathitt Advocate newspaper, flooding in Breathitt, and I want to quote, worst he's ever seen. Yes, sir.
And we're going to have a phone interview with him coming to you here within 5 minutes.
Bobby Thorpe, we'll be having him in just a few minutes. Okay, we're going to have an interview with him, and again, he says, quote, some of the worst he's ever seen. And when you talk about those flash flooding situations, that can happen, folks. I mean, it can just come in a hurry, and you just don't even know what to do. I mean, you just get overwhelmed by it. Let me go back in on one of the tornado warnings now that we're back up at full power across the mountains, and we'll go down here to Letcher County and see exactly what's what with the latest on the tornado warning. So it's passed through Blackie, Whitesburg. Hold on tight. Hold on tight, my friends over there, because it's coming in your direction. The county seat over there in Letcher County. You've got a cell that has possibly produced a tornado, and it continues to spin in your direction. Skyline to Oven Fork. All of these locations, get into your safe location right now. Get into your safe spot and try to stay as safe as you possibly can here, my friends, okay? So that's what we want you to know, all right? Large hail possible out of all of these storms. Possibility of a tornado inside of this storm. And if you've got any questions, concerns, I'm sitting right here in front of my computer, okay? Sitting right here in front of four computers, to be honest with you. I'm going to sit here, and if you have any questions or concerns, I'm going to just quickly pop this up for you, okay? Let me type something in real quick. I can't type and talk at the same time. Send your email to that right there. Send an email to me if you have a question or a concern. I'll just put it right on top of the storm. If you have a question or concern or anything, jim.caldwell@wymtnews.com, and I'll try my best to answer your question here on the air, because if you've got a question, somebody else may have that same very question over in Harlan County, okay? So if you've got it, send an email to me at, again, here's the email address, jim.caldwell@wymtnews.com. All right. Now, and as I say that, an email comes in and reports of flooding at Chloe Creek, at Pikeville, at the elementary school, and at Elementary and Hollow at Habitat Drive. Okay, and Chloe and Highway 80 near Elkhorn City. Now, I believe that Chloe Creek there, I believe that's right where Pikeville Elementary is located at. So let's see if we can't get... Brandon, if you can hear me, I'm not sure where you're at. Let's see if we can't get Rob on the phone. I know he's over in Pike County. Let's see if we can't get Rob and see what's going on with him. Let's see if we can't talk to him too here. We're trying to get him right now. Let's get a hold of Rob, and then we'll talk to Bobby Thorpe here as soon as possible from the Breathitt Advocate newspaper, who says that the flooding over in Breathitt County is the worst he's ever seen. So we're going to talk to a couple of people here coming up very, very soon, and we're going to try to get a hold of Rob too, our own Rob Hopkins, who's in Pike County at the time, and see what he has to say about what he's seeing over there with some of the significant rainfall that has been falling in Pike County. It hasn't been the severe weather, it's just been the flooding, a lot of water. And you talk about an area right here, eastern Kentucky, where the water has one place to go. When it starts raining, runs right down the mountains into the creeks and streams and starts to fill up rather quickly. So that's one of those the negatives when you start talking about that, how the runoff, when we have that runoff that comes into play in eastern Kentucky. So that's one of those situations. Now, what we've got here for you folks is that we're going to talk to a fella on the phone here, Bobby Thorpe. Bobby Thorpe, who is with the Breathitt Advocate newspaper over there in Breathitt County. And Bobby, you say, and I'm quoting you here when I say this, you say it's the worst flooding you've ever seen. Can you describe that for me?
Yes, I live on a little road called Smith Branch. We had several rounds of rain here. Seems like the water's got bigger ever since we've seen it. Like I say, I'm 39 years old, and I've never seen swift water come out of here this fast. We usually have no more than about a foot of water over the road up where we live. It's at least 5 foot over the road, and it's in yards, and the neighbors have been pitching in to try to help save things. I've seen bridges come down the creek here, right down the middle of a road, propane tanks, mailboxes. Just never seen this much water. And the water that's coming off the hills, off the small streams, is the type of water you would see normally in our big creek. So it's just, it's terrible up here.
So it is that significant. And is it in any homes that you know of right around you there?
It's actually under homes. I actually saw it going into a garage just a few minutes ago. And I can remember the '84 flood where we actually got some backwater from the river up here. And this is getting close. The actual swift water is getting close to what we saw in '84 from the river backwater. So it's scary.
So you're talking almost nearly 30 years ago, or closing in on 30 years since the last time you've seen anything remotely close to that, right?
Actually, yes. We did a story this week on the 25th anniversary of the '84 flood here in Breathitt County, and I'm sure Hazard remembers that also. And it just brings back a lot of bad memories.
It certainly does. And Bobby, you just keep us up to date on anything else that you see over there. And of course, stay very safe, because we've got a lot more rain trying to move through tonight. And the flash flood threat will continue, I believe, for the next little bit. Again, Bobby Thorpe over there with the Breathitt Advocate newspaper in Breathitt County, and I'm going to quote him again and saying the worst he's ever seen, and he even compared it to 1984. So you're talking a long period of time in which we've had significant flooding like that he's seeing over there in Breathitt County here. Again, in yards, says it's going into some garages already, and then we capped it all off with the possibility of these strong and severe thunderstorms that are also out there that produce maybe the possibility of some tornadic activity as well. And there's our live Doppler, and let's get back to it real quick here, and then monitor. Oh, of course, yeah, the glitches keep taking the monitor out. I'll flip it on for you. There we go. Should be powering right back up, buddy. Okay, but Bobby Thorpe saying just a mess over there. I got just a mess over there in Breathitt County, and that's just from flooding. So flooding, I dare compare this, I would never say this, but it takes me back to a few years ago, year 2004. Steve and I were here dealing with a lot of flooding and severe weather, much like this, and it was all the same setup because we had so much rain. It was such a wet year. And so far, this month of May is setting a pace to be very similar to that as far as the rainfall is concerned. Let's get back to the severe weather threat over there in Whitesburg. It's blasting through there right now. That's where tornadic activity is possible, okay? So that's what we're going to follow for the moment. Possible tornadic activity there now stretching from Whitesburg to Mayking to Oven Fork. Passing right along, you've got 119 there, and then you've got, I'm trying to find 15, there it is, there's 15 too, so blasting past 15 now, just along 119, basically covering it up all the way down nearly the Harlan County line, so you go up the mountain too, so almost right there. Actually, it probably is high atop the mountain too, just judging by what I'm looking at here, so right there along the mountain, some of the heavy rain, the strong winds. So a real mess out there too for those folks. So let's clear our layer out and let's back it up somewhat and check out more of what is going on. And these folks understand what this storm's like. It's carrying on over into Virginia. So you, my friends over there in Wise, Virginia, we appreciate you watching all the time. It's coming your way as well. It's right there in your direction. They've issued a tornado warning for you too, so let me just quickly highlight that. Then we're going to go look at some other things, and we'll try to get some flooding. But once again, Eastern Kentucky's biggest enemy, again, becoming kind of the headline stiller here tonight with more reports filtering in of flooding in Pike County, Pikeville, Breathitt County, here, Knott County, it's coming in from all over the place. Wise County, Virginia, you've got a tornado warning up until 10:15 tonight, so we're waiting on that to come rolling down the pike through there. It's coming through Whitesburg now, and it'll be in your direction very soon. So that cell we're concerned about for you too. So my friends over there, we're watching out for you. You all just be prepared. Get into your safe locations. Get into your safe locations. And I've got a request here from Bobby Combs. Says give the directions of how to stay safe. Okay, that's all I can see right now. So let me throw up the safety thing, and we'll show you exactly how to stay safe in some of these storms. Guys, go ahead and take those safety tips if you can, and we'll show you that. And again, you want to get to a basement, lowest point of your home. It's here a hallway or room. Stay away from windows. All of those tips that you see there, you want to follow them as quickly as you possibly can, okay? And do it in a rather fast fashion. If that's the best way to do it, so you don't run into any issues. So again, basement, lowest point of your home, interior hallway or room on the bottom floor, okay? Not on the top floor, on the bottom floor, interior hallway room, and stay away from any windows. All right, let's jump back to the Live Pinpoint Doppler radar. And Whitesburg getting hit now. Let me go toward Pike County here just for a moment, and then I'm going to go to Breathitt County too, because they've seen some significant rainfall. Just south of the city of Pikeville along US 23, a decent little slug of heavy rain passing through there. And you see 23 in that road there, also 122 it says, and then here's 460. So let me highlight some of the roads. Heavy rain traveling through there, getting a ton of reports, streams over roads near the city of Pikeville and throughout Pike County. Flooding becoming the big thing that's coming in here as far as our reports are concerned. So we're getting that in here over and over and over again. So always, I mentioned this a minute ago, flooding is our worst enemy. It's our nemesis when you have to start dealing with this. And we just can't seem to lick it anywhere you go. So a big pocket of heavy rain now moving through Pike County, just south of Pikeville along US 23. And have we got it? Okay, let's see it whenever they can. If you've got that video, let's check out that video Jeff shot, guys. What we're going to look at here is some pretty good weather video. Our Jeff Archer, our sports director, shot. This is out front of our station. You can see some of the sideways rain, and oh wow, that is some good lightning right there. That is some really good lightning, and that coming from the storm a little while ago here in Hazard. And again, getting ready to see some more of the lightning, but that one strike was just really tough, man. And that was shooting back toward which direction? Were you shooting back this way? So back toward Jackson. So you're shooting toward the north and northwest, which is the direction the storm is coming from. So that was when the storm passed through Hazard a little while ago. So you can see the sideways rain, and you can see some of the lightning. So a lot going on with that. We're calm here now, but what we're looking at is a big, intense little thunderstorm in Pike County. It's not a severe weather maker. It's just a heavy rain maker, it looks like, at this point in time. So you've got a pretty strong storm, but nothing as far as severe weather concerns just yet. So I'm going to plot some other stuff. No severe thunderstorm warnings out on that one. And as a matter of fact, no severe thunderstorm warnings out, period, anywhere in eastern Kentucky right now. Just that tornado warning that's leaving Letcher County, trying to get out of town. So that is some great news, welcome news. Get out of here and start to weaken. That's what we want to see. And I had a question here from Caleb Rout. That's what I'm going to say, R-O-U-T-T, Rout, or Root. I'll cover it one way or the other. It says there's another cell. They see one north of Somerset. Do you think that it could build on toward the south? And some of these, I believe they're headed in that general direction, but as far as being significant, I don't know if there's enough energy left in the atmosphere. We'll just have to watch and see. But Caleb, very good question there coming out of Somerset or out of Pulaski County. That's where your question's coming from. So thank you so much for your picture, or your question. Some more storm reports, okay, or some questions. Calls from Syersville. asking about cell over Campton headed toward Magoffin County. And that cell was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier, the one you all are talking about. Some calls about that. And I'll go check it out and inspect it a little bit closer. It's moving off toward the east-southeast. Let me get it right, east-southeast. And yes, to all my friends and family over there in Magoffin, it should be a decent rain producer and probably some lightning associated with it right now. So anybody from Syersville down to Royalton, and you go down to Swampton and get up the river there, as we call it, the folks back from over there at home, you've got that coming your way too. So a decent little thunderstorm trying to come your way. Nothing severe. Now, it's lost its severe weather characteristics, but you're still going to have to deal with that. Some reports of flooding on Thompson Road behind Walmart in Pikeville. Businesses say parking lots are flooded and getting close to flooding the business. Now, if you all can hear me back there, what businesses? Is it Walmart that's getting that's about to get flooded over there? Is that what they're trying to say? See if you all can find that out, guys. Flooding reported in the Coal Run area, and the Coal Run, they've got some of the that's where the Doll Hairs used to be. Trying to get some of the locations. Shoney's, everybody that goes through the Pikeville area, that's where some of those businesses are. So they're checking on to see if the water's getting into it. All right, good deal. All right, in Grethel over there in Floyd County. And this is the road right in front of the John M. Stumbo Elementary School. Caller said rescue worker on his way home from shopping drove upon a flooded road and nearly wrecked in front of the John M. Stumbo Elementary School in Floyd County. What you need to, folks, if you know that it's an area prone to high water, when you travel at night, that's what makes flooded roads so dangerous at night. You never know when you're going to pop around a curve and the water's going to be covering the road. So please take it easy out there. And so at John M. Stumbo over there in Floyd County near Grethel, Mud Creek, if you're familiar with that area, in that general location, that's where you're going to find some problems too. Hurricane Creek Road over there in Pike County, flooding reported, mudslides over in Phelps and Pike County. With all this heavy rain, that's going to happen. I'll tell you, we're going to have a lot of those, I'm afraid. And then heavy rain and some issues in Elkhorn City. So it's close to the shopping center right there around Walmart and Pikeville, right? Is that what he's saying? So right now, let me get you up to speed, folks, out there. We reported that the water was getting high and close to the businesses there at Pikeville near Walmart. Now there are several businesses over on the back side toward where Gaddy's is at and some of the other places, another little shopping plaza right there, just another little string of buildings. And so talking about water getting high on the road behind Walmart, so I'm assuming that it's going to be close to some of those businesses right there. And for some reason, the names of some of the businesses are just basically escaping my name right now. Not near the Walmart. It's near Dollar General. Okay, so it's not where the Walmart is. It's where Dollar General is. So we're getting this information live and trying to turn it out as quickly as we can. And Pike County Sheriff Fuzzy Kazee saying that it is over there toward the Dollar General. Some high water from Hurricane Creek to the Coal Run area. It is just coming in, reports like this all over the place. From Pike County to Breathitt County, it's just coming in left and right. So many different locations right now with that type of information. And as long as we've got that, let me check something real quick. Okay, all right. I'm going back to my email. We'll answer a few questions for you here, folks, and try to. I don't know if we can wrap right now or not. Let me see what the warning status is. All right, the warning has expired for Letcher County, but we'll stay on here for just a little while longer with the flooding issues. We'll stay on for a little while longer and address some of your questions and concerns, and then we'll try to get out of here unless more information starts coming in. But there's starting to be all kinds of flood reports come in, so we're not sure what's going on. Yes, sir.
Mudslide and localized flooding on 550 here in Perry County.
On 550 here in Perry County, mudslide over there around on 550 near what community? Didn't say, just somewhere along 550. So also running into mudslides here in Perry County too. Let me go and check this Pike County storm out before I start answering those questions I said I was going to. Going right down toward Elkhorn City along 460 here, a decent little thunder storm, okay? It's not a severe thunderstorm. It's not a significant one right now. It's just a good, strong one with some significant rainfall coming out of it, and this is already in a very flooded area, okay, with numerous reports coming in of high water all over the place. And we've still got a tornado watch out until midnight tonight, though that threat I really think has diminished greatly here within the last few minutes. I think that should be spent. The money there is spent, I believe. I'm feeling vibrations. I don't have a phone on me. You see my phone? I don't see it either. I'll try to get some information from it. Okay, but right now, decent sell through there. You've got a decent one over in Johnson County. Question from Jackie Smith and asking about Harold over there in Floyd County. Tornado, severe storms. Right now in Harold, there in Floyd County, things seem to be okay for you. Just some heavy rain tries to work through in a little while. New report coming out of Talbot over in Breathitt County, 6 to 10 inches of water across Highway 1933 at Talbot. Rock slides reported around the intersection of Highway 30 and 315 in Breathitt County. And they've had a lot of water too. And it's still raining pretty hard over there right now. You see that right nearly in the middle of the map where the radar sweep's coming from. That's where it's at. Some pretty significant rainfall coming through that part of the county too. Then you go to McGoffin, more heavy rain, and then Johnson. So everything very valid here. Everything's adding up. Another question toward Erica Conley says, anything heading toward Mousy at Ball Branch? Let's see. Right now, just some decent rainfall out there, it looks like, for you coming towards you in Mousy. So at this moment in time, I'd say we're just going to be dealing with some rain. And I think a lot of this is probably not going to affect us directly as far as the heavy stuff is concerned. Let me take you back in time. I want to check something here, so I'm going to have to go back in time to look at something, and I got to do it all live here on the air. See what the track. Okay, this particular cell, I was concerned about that maybe affecting you there in Knott County, but I don't think so now. So this one moving off toward the south and east. So for right now, Harold, I had a question about Harold a second ago, you're in the clear, but this cell is going to come towards you. This complex of showers and maybe an embedded thunderstorm or two is coming towards you. It'll sweep through southern McGoffin, so it'll get through there and then on over into Floyd County, crossing over 80, and then eventually on possibly toward the Harold area. So you do have some more heavy rain coming your way and a decent little possible thunder shower. Okay, and here we go, something else from Roger Ford. Dollar General, Interstate Gas, Food City Lows. That's what they're talking about. Okay, thank you, Roger, so very much for passing that along to me. I could not remember the businesses in that general area either, but talking about where the water was up and nearly in them in Pike County is Dollar General, Interstate Gas, Food City, Lowe's. All of these locations, that's what we're talking about in Pike County. When I was trying to get that out a minute ago, just couldn't visualize it myself. But Roger Ford coming through with an email here for me. Thank you so much. Appreciate you greatly, greatly. All right, let's go over here. You got flooding Johns Creek in Pike County. They live right beside the creek, and this comes from, I don't want to butcher your name, Donella Stanley, okay? Now, Donella at Johns Creek right now, it's hard for me to determine, especially with where the heavy rain is at. It's down there in the southern parts of the county trying to cross over into Virginia. So as soon as that wraps up, maybe the immediate flood threat goes down some, but we've still got some heavy little pockets of rain here and there. So if you live by that creek, here's what you do. You watch it. You watch it very closely here tonight, and you make sure that you stay as safe as you possibly can. And if it starts to get up, we all know the rules of flooding. Okay, and that's get to higher ground as fast as you possibly can. So, and if you think there's a risk that you may get stuck there tonight, especially if it starts to get on the increase there and starts to rise, then you want to try to get away from it and maybe get somewhere where you'll be able to get out, and you don't want to try to get stuck there. It's hard to leave home. I know, I understand, but sometimes in order to stay safe, That's what you want. And you also wanted to see the radar in motion. Well, I can certainly do that for you. I need to see that myself. So I'm going to back this view up just a little bit, and I'm going to just go through time and show you, everybody, the radar here. Remember, everything's been moving due east for the most part throughout the day today. There's been a slow but general southeastern draw here lately to some of these thunderstorms that have developed and some of the heavy rain that has developed. So they pull a little more toward the south and east. So now that's what's been happening here over the last few hours, but generally it was all due east. So if you're looking for that rain, then you're looking to see where it's coming. Right now, anything like the showers and storms there in McGoffin County probably turning toward the southeast here and drifting slowly but surely through parts of Floyd County here within the next little bit. I'm going to transfer this call to the newsroom. So we'll transfer that call. I'm going to put that on forward too, guys. All right, there we go. So that's what we've got. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and then I'll see what else is new. If there's anything new, we'll try to stay with you. But if not, we're going to try to get back to regular programming, I believe, here in just a few minutes. Everything's down right now. Tornado warnings are down. Switch the bug to flash flood warning. So flash flood warning, because that's what we've got a bunch of out, and I'm going to show those in a moment too. Pike County, Brandy McPeak says she lives at Lick Creek, and it's blowing wind. The wind's blowing and it's raining. That's about it right now. And if not, going to message me back. Certainly appreciate you. And they do have a big question, and the question is, what time does all of this end? And Brandy, I'll tell you here in probably the next. As soon as I'll stop my radar and I'll be able to tell you, because right now it's hard for me to pick up on it. I'll give it a few more hours. I'll give it a few more hours of the showers and the storms, but the tornadic threat has diminished greatly. I mean, it's almost non-existent, okay? I say that because sometimes when you say no, it won't happen, those words will come back to haunt you, but right now I think we're almost out of the woods. And lives in a house, do you think I should go into a hall or something? And again, if you've got a one-story house, you want to get to the interior room if a storm like that happens, where we're concerned about severe weather, so or tornadic activity. So yeah, that's where you want to try to get to. Okay, let's see. Shelbyana area having lots of rain, thunder, lightning with the power blinking in and out at times. Thank you very much, Angela Carroll from over there in Pike County, and obviously near Shelbyana. And let's see, this is coming from Martin County. A question from Martin County, where it's been virtually calm, I think, for the most part, just a few rounds of rain and thunderstorms. But Buddy Jude over there says, are we expecting anything bad to come your way? And right now you've got a decent little, looks like maybe just a thunder shower moving through the northern parts of the county. Thank you very much. Through the northern parts of the county that could be producing some decent rain through there. But now, Buddy, if you see anything, Buddy Jude over there in Martin County, if you see anything, you be sure to let us know. Send us an email, or send me an email directly here, and we'll try to get it all out there for you. Okay? Thank you so much, all you folks. All right, and got a lot of folks now following me on Twitter. That's excellent. One more quick hit here, or two, in these emails, and anything else coming? Tiffany Martin asking down there, and Vico, anything more coming toward them? It looks like we're calm now here in Perry County, and I suspect that's what's going to stay for most of the night. There may be some more showers tomorrow, but I think that we're going to start walking on the calm side a little bit here locally here around Perry County and through several other counties here in just a little bit. But Tiffany, good question there, and thanks for trying to get a little more on the calm side. And every time I open up the email, more emails come. So Honaker and Floyd County, and Honaker right now, I'm not seeing it. Let me go a little closer to you here, and I'll try to get you some information about that. And according to let me pass this information on before we talk about anything else, from Sarah George with the Department of Highways, saying that 4 roads in Floyd County are closed, and due to water and mudslides. And this is Kentucky 7 and Kentucky 7 in Garrett, 203 Mud Creek, 23 23 at Mud Creek. Kentucky 550, Kentucky 2029 will probably reopen tomorrow. So 2030, Kentucky 550, 2029, and 7 at Garrett. All of these will open tomorrow due to high water, correct, and mudslides. So that's over there, and that's in Floyd County. And again, Garrett, Kentucky 7, 2030 at Mud Creek 550, 2029 all reopen tomorrow. I know those two for sure in Floyd County. And you're asking about Honaker and Floyd County too. Just looks like you'll be dealing with some heavy rain here coming from Magoffin here within the next 30 minutes or so. So there you go. And raining pretty heavy down in Jenkins, it looks like, too. Got a phone call about that, or not a phone call, an email coming in at timed at 9:43. It's 9:45, so the heaviest of the rain passing through now through Jenkins. So Mike Flint, thank you so very much. Bridge over there, let's see. Oh, there is no bridge. I don't believe I see in this picture. The Roberts family of Pikeville, they live in front of the Pikeville Elementary School. And the bridge in front of their house, I'll tell you, it looks like it's covered up with water. And again, we're going to try to get all these pictures, as many as I can. I'm going to try to show them tonight. We're going to try to do something with them. I'll forward them to some of the other folks here, too, and we'll try to get them up. And you can also put them up on our web channel. Go to iReport, and you go to iReport, and you can let everybody, so you can put videos up there, too, your own videos. And it's pretty simple to do. You just walk through those steps. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So try that, too. Put your pictures up on iReport on WYMTnews.com. Culverts overflowing, and the creek is rising in the Wayland area. That's over there in Floyd County. And just curious about how much more rain we're going to see. And over the next few hours there in Wayland, you're getting ready to see maybe another pocket of the moderate stuff come through. But overall, I think things are trying to calm down. All right, now before I'm going to stop with the questions for just a moment, because I'm going to show you where the flash flood warnings are at. And this is pretty much area-wide flash flood warnings are. And eventually we're going to cut away and try to get back to regular programming here. But we've got numerous flash flood warnings in effect for eastern Kentucky. I'll have to take down the data from the radar. That's fine. There's nothing significant going on. Wise County, Virginia, still dealing with that tornado warning, it looks like. So there's a cluster of flash flood warnings from Laurel County to Pike County, everywhere in between the two, okay? So from the Hal Rogers Parkway all the way up to Kentucky 80 there, where it intersects with US 23 in Pike County. Those are all included, to Magoffin, to Johnson, to Martin County. All of these places dealing with flash flood warnings, and I'm sure they're at different times. Clay's at 10:30, Leslie at 10 o'clock tonight, and Perry, we go till 10 o'clock tonight here in just a few minutes. 11:30 over there in Letcher, they've got some new rain that just rolled through with that tornado warning. Knott County till 10, Floyd County till 10. I'll just go through all of these. It's important, so we'll do it. 11:30 for Pike. Martin County at 11:30, and you'll see them rolling at the top of your screen from time to time too. But right now there's nothing new coming in, so it's not rolling like it was earlier, so that's good. So we'll just get you up to date with this. Johnson at 10. You folks over there in Magoffin, you're set to expire at 10. Morgan County at 10. Breathitt County at 10 p.m. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Is she over there with some of the flooding over there? Okay, good deal. All right. Lee County until 10:30 p.m., Owsley County until 10:30, and then you've got the folks over in Jackson County until 10:30 p.m., and Rock Castle 10:30, and Laurel and Clay at 10:30. All right, I think I covered everybody there with the flash flood warning. So numerous flash flood warnings all across eastern Kentucky because of the heavy rain, not just from today, my friends. This is what's been happening the last several days that has accumulated up to this. So flash flood warnings in effect across the board because of days and days of soil saturation, and it is very saturated out there. Over in Breathitt County now, road closed at the intersection of Highway 30 and 52, Highway 30 and 52. And then you go over to Lee County and had some issues in Lee County with 52 over there too, with some water being over the road. We've got a question from over in, looks like in Lynch. It says, did we have any tornadoes touch down the Lynch area? I don't think so. You may have had some strong winds go through. I'm not sure who the question came from, but I don't think you had any tornadoes touch down. I don't remember anything that would have indicated that earlier. Some strong storms went through there, but over there in Harlan, you certainly had a doozy of a thunderstorm go through. There's no doubt about that. Unconfirmed reports of power lines down in Airport Gardens, and that's here in Perry County. They're saying some are active, so take it easy out there. Watch out. You certainly don't want to go near downed power lines. I can remember Louis the Lightning Bug, and that place in my head, you want to stay away from them. Let me go to these reports. Have we got Angela Brandon? Which creek? Coerce? Tollers Creek. Well, that's up toward Mud Creek too. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Good. All right. Now let me write that down. Tollers Creek, near. She just has more up-to-date information where she's been there. Okay. Good. Okay. We'll get with her in just a moment, folks. If you're just joining us. And you're wondering what in the world we're doing, significant flooding ongoing across parts of southern and eastern Kentucky here tonight, along with numerous severe thunderstorms possibly producing tornadoes from here to down into parts of Virginia. So we're going to get you to programming here, I promise, as soon as possible, just trying to go over the weather situation and keep you up to date. New report coming out of Breathitt County, too, real quick. It says water up to the hood of a cruiser at the detention center over there in Breathitt County near Jackson. So more flash flooding information coming out. Let me throw the radar up for you, folks. There we go. Questions, reports of water and road at Mulin on Highway 476 about 3 feet deep. And it's water like that you don't want to mess with, because that'll pick you up and we'll never see you again. There's no other way to say it. If it takes you, you're gone, okay? So you want to turn around, don't drown in that situation when you see water that high, of any height really, because you really don't know how deep it is over the water or over the road. But 3 feet deep, that's some pretty impressive stuff. And reports of flooding in Floyd County, driveways washed out along Highway 2030 over in the Printer area of Floyd County. In the Printer area of Floyd County, we've already heard of some road closures, at least until tomorrow, until they can get some of them cleaned up from Floyd County too. And then Garrett and Stone Coal, extreme flooding along Route 777. Route 777, the board in Martin County, rain and also some flooding coming in from over there. And a viewer is reporting there's a mudslide on 80 in front of the Sportsplex in Knott County that is covering 1 lane, and a lot of water is running off the hillside there, and that's over Knott County near the Sportsplex in Knott County. All right. Yes, sir. She just has information. We do have our own Angela Sparkman, who is who is gathering information right now on what has been going on over in Floyd and Pike counties, where a lot of flooding has occurred, obviously, because that's where we keep reporting of roads being closed and also getting up into the businesses. Now, Angela, what is the status over there in either Pike or Floyd County? What have you got?
Jim, officials in both Pike and Floyd counties, like you said, are reporting a lot of high water in roads and lots of mudslides. Floyd County officials say the worst situation right now is in Mud Creek on Highway 2030. You mentioned it just a little while ago. They say there is a major mudslide on Highway 30 just right off of Highway 979. They say no one can get past there, and you really just need to avoid that area. There are also trees in the roads on both Highway 550 and Route 7 in Hueysville. That's near the Knott County line. They say there are lots of trees in the roads, and that road is also impassable. Again, that's Highway 550 and Route 7. Also problems reported on Turner's Branch, which is just a few miles down the road from Allen Central High School. Officials say there is high water on several of the roads in that area in Turner's Branch, and they say those roads are also impassable. They also report all emergency crews in all of Floyd County are out right now trying to clean up these mudslides, to get the trees out of the road, and they're working as fast as they can, but they really ask people to avoid these areas. But one thing in Floyd County, they do report that on 114 near the Mountain Parkway, there were trees in the road earlier, but crews now have all of those trees cleaned up. And again, 114 in Floyd County is back open. In Pike County, officials are reporting much of the same, several mudslides and high water in roads. Pike County right now has 3 mudslides. 2 of those are in Majestic. One of them is in Ratliff's Creek. There's not much more information on these right now, but the Highway Department is working these situations. They have crews out trying to get these mudslides cleared up, but those roads are impassable. Again, that's in Majestic and Ratliff's Creek. Pike County officials also report several areas with high water that are making roads impassable. Those roads are in Hurricane Creek, Stone Coal, and Ratliff's Creek. And again, those roads are shut down because of high water, just making it very unsafe for cars trying to get through. And as you mentioned earlier, Tad, turn around, don't drown. Officials say really in those areas, don't even try it. Just take safety and just turn around. But one good note in all this, both officials in Pike and Floyd County report there are no buildings flooded right now. They say that several of the roads have high water, but right now no homes, businesses, or buildings are reporting any damage. And that's what's going on right now from officials here in Pike and Floyd County. Jim?
Now, Angela, we were getting some reports a little bit earlier about it getting very close to some businesses over there, I believe, close to the dollar store and a couple of the other locations. What do you have now as far as information on that? Have you heard anything specific on that?
No, we've not heard anything specific on those areas. Both crews say that they're out working in these situations and they're doing what they can to keep them away from businesses like this. But right now they say that the water seems to be staying away from getting inside these places. But again, no further updated information on those situations.
Our Big Sandy Bureau Chief, Angela Sparkman, out gathering some information tonight on the flooding situation that has developed here across southeastern Kentucky from the Big Sandy all the way over toward Breathitt County. Everywhere seems to have some activity going on. Flash flood warnings posted all over the place. And she talked about the crews being out there tonight. And I'll tell you, the best thing to do, folks, if you don't have to get out, stay right there at the house unless it's an emergency and then you need to try to get out. That's when you should try to go do whatever you need to do, because right now, just stay right where you're at and just follow along with our coverage. We're going to be here a while, I imagine, trying to cover all the weather situation that is going on, the flooding, everything that's happening here. And you just want to stay out of the way of those crews as they try to work quickly to get everything cleaned up. Now, they're going to work as hard as they can to try to do it, but we need to cooperate with them so they can do their job as quickly as they possibly can. So we certainly appreciate all of the folks out there working tonight, trying to get everything back to normal with the flooding situation that is ongoing. I've got a stack of papers here, folks, you wouldn't believe, with numerous storm reports coming in and all kinds of other data. But we'll go to what's coming up at 10 o'clock. You want to cut back? What's the official word down there? Numbers at 10. So we want to go back to programming now. Is that what we want to do? What's the status down the hall? Everything okay? As far as big reports, okay, big reports or anything. So you just let me know, and then we'll pass that information out as quickly as we possibly can. We're trying to get it out here. We're trying to get all the information we can together from so many different sources. And to all of you out there right now, let me just tell you that have emailed us with your information, your questions, your concerns. Thank you. If I haven't gotten to them yet, I'm going to try my best to get them out here to you and pass that information along out there for all the different storm locations that we're getting reports from. Like right now, let me see what this one says. This one, rain's moved out, but some banks and several trees across the roadways over around US 23, Highway 611, near the Caney area in Pikeville. That's Todd Warner that said that. So that's over there in Pike County, US 23 and Highway 611. Bobby Abbott, community. Okay, we certainly appreciate that, Bobby Abbott. Yes. Okay, so we can't go back to programming now. We did just receive word out of Out of all the storms and all the activity we've had here today, we just received word that out of our area, out of our coverage area over in Madison County, one has been confirmed dead. Now, we're not sure if that was directly related to a tornado or what, but one confirmed dead due to storm-related injuries, correct? Okay. So that's the one confirmed due to storm-related injuries at the very least. All right, folks, we certainly appreciate you. We're going to try to get this information together and get it out to you, whether via our web channel, WYMTnews.com. You can find us on Twitter. We're tweeting all this information, I'm sure, right now, and trying to get that out to you. We'll be back at 11 o'clock for Mountain News Night Watch with more storm reports and a lot of information to pass along to you folks on how to keep you safe with the flash flooding imminent, it looks like, out there tonight with at least a little more rain coming down. So we'll get you now into our regular program, which is Numbers, coming up here at 10 o'clock. But we'll be back at 11 o'clock with the latest information on everything that's happened here today.